Welcome to all of you to City Hall and good morning, Wichita. We would like to call this meeting to order at this time. With us this morning is Pastor Jeff Gannon of Chapel Hill United Methodist Church to provide our invocation. Following that invocation, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we please ask that you stand for both. Pastor Gannon.
Let us pray. We give you thanks and praise, O Lord our God, for the gift of this day that you have made. Please help us to rejoice and to be glad in it. We pray, O God, in deep gratitude for these, your elected officials, their selfless service to the people of this community. Help them, O God, to honor each one's dignity, to maintain each one's pride, as they seek the common good of all who live and work here. We pray in thanksgiving for the many who serve our city within this very building, and those who represent our city as police officers, firefighters, public works employees, and all the various ways that they serve us. Bless them and keep them, we pray. We are mindful today of the family of firefighter Ty Voth. We pray that you would give his family and his fellow firefighters your strength and comfort as they grieve his loss. Finally, O God, we pray that you would grant this council your wisdom, discernment, and prudence as they make important decisions today. We entrust our lives and our city to you, O God, and pray that you would have your way among us. Amen and amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Gannon. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting of August 13th, 2024.
Are there any changes or corrections to those minutes? I move to approve the minutes for the August 13th, 2024 meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public agenda, Bill Anderson, ceasefire in Palestine.
As a reminder, this is the public agenda. Speakers have 5 minutes at the podium, and according to these rules, you had to sign up 1 week in advance.
Can everybody hear me? Hi, my name is Bill Anderson. I live in Maggie's district, good district. First of all, I want to thank the city for its annual neighborhood cleanup program. This past Saturday, our Jefferson-Larimer neighborhood had another successful cleanup. Yes, we got rid of a lot of stuff. This was one of more than 20 we've had in the past 2 decades. A very much needed program. Thank you very, very much, and please continue with it. It's very important. The reason I'm here. Today I brought an example of a ceasefire resolution passed in Olympia, Washington. Thanks to Janice and Tim. I think they're here. They're the ones that provided it. And also a copy of a resolution from the Carter Center released in last October. But I realize we need more information from you. I was thinking of an old cartoon from civics class, how a bill becomes law. Do you remember that? There was a thing wrapped up in its bill, and he climbs up the steps, and it shows all the process of becoming a law. Well, I was thinking of that cartoon this morning at about 3 a.m. How does the idea of a ceasefire in Gaza become a resolution? What is the process specifically? How do we get from where we are now to the council's having a public discussion about a ceasefire resolution and a subsequent vote? What must happen for that to happen? What's the process? It's not clear to me after spending a lot of time here with these proposals, okay? So what must happen for that to happen? What must happen to break the silence to move forward? I would really appreciate the courtesy of an answer, and in anticipation of that, thank you. And the slaughter, free Palestine, thank you. And if somebody, I know that we don't have a back and forth, but if somebody up here could explain the process to us so we're not wasting your time and not wasting ours, okay? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. This might be a question for legal or Bob. Can you just talk about what the process would look like if that's something that Mr. Anderson would like to keep pursuing?
Morning, Vice Mayor. I'm Jennifer McGowan, Law Department. The process is however council directs it. You can direct it through a formal vote, or we can just be, staff can be directed outside of the meeting to begin working on a resolution. The resolution would be drafted for your consideration, and it would be an agenda item at some council meeting if you chose to pursue that route.
So it would be driven by the council, it would be an agenda item, and then it would be
A vote,
up for a public vote.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anderson, does that help?
Yeah, could you repeat it, because my hearing is...
Sure. She basically said it needs to be driven by the council, so someone from the council needs to either direct staff if that is the route that is chosen, and it would become an agenda item and it would be put up for a vote. So that's the process. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Consent agenda items 1 through 19.
Are there items to be pulled from the consent agenda 1 through 19? Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item 12.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no interest in polling anything, but I was wondering if we could, because it's on the consent agenda item, the second read ordinances, if we could just briefly talk about the updated, was it updated on the website from when we originally posted it, second reads to now with, what, 12 second reads being removed? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Jamie.
So I will pull items number 12 and 15. Any further items to be pulled? Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to pull 14 for discussion.
We have items 14, 15, and 12 that will be pulled. I will motion to approve all items except for the 3 mentioned.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We'll start with consent agenda item number 12.
Thank you, Mayor. I had just received a couple emails asking about selling the property or the parcel for $1,000. If we could just get a little bit of information about that.
Mayor, I'm not sure which staff member should be addressing that, but if you'll notice, we have several parcels in that area. Sorry. We have several parcels in that area that are remnant pieces adjacent to residential property, and really not useful to anybody other than the adjacent property owner. We have sold a few of those already for $1,000, so this is the going rate for those. They're basically picking it up for additional yard space.
And can you tell what area this is?
Yeah, I've got the address. I'm sorry, it's in District 5. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, 765 North.
And it looks-
Great.
yeah.
I just wanted to address that. I received a few emails about it and saw a little bit of conversation about it seeming very low in price, and so just wanted to have a conversation about it. I'm supportive. I just wanted to address those concerns, so thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 14. We have a correction. It was not item number 14. It was supposed to be item number 9, which is the multimodal transit hub. Can we have someone from staff speak to item number 9?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We've got someone. Paul?
Good morning, Mayor. I have a brief presentation to go through. I'm Paul Gunsman of Public Works and Utilities. A little bit of background on this project. In November of 2019, the City of Wichita had received a Federal Transit Authority grant for $14,232,816 to improve transportation service through a multimodal facility. In December of 2020, the City Council approved funding for design, infrastructure, and utility work and construction of the facility and authorized $5.35 million for a total budget of $19.58 million for the project. In May of 2021, the City Council approved a design contract with Trans-Systems to develop 30% plans. And in November of 2022, the City Council approved funding to complete the design, construction, and project management of the multimodal facility, the hub. In March of 2024, the City Council approved a revised budget of $22,281,929. We had received an additional almost $2.7 million through the Wichita Area Metropolitan Planning Organization for the project. Bids for the construction of the hub were received on June 21st of 2024, with all bids exceeding the engineer's estimate. Staff met with contractors to discuss the project and specifications on Friday, June 28th. And based on the feedback from the contractors, ready-mix suppliers, clarifications were made and specifications modified to address their expressed concerns. Project has been advertised again for rebid in early August, and we have a bid opening date set for August 30th of 2024. The existing budget, as I mentioned before, was $22,281,000. The 2025 through 2028 Transportation Improvement Program Amendment Number 1 through the Wichita Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, WAMPO, includes an additional $2,043,590 of federal funding for this project. In addition, $2 million has been added from a in-cash funded capital project established in 2018 for transit improvements from the Hyatt proceeds. So now the total revised budget will be $26,325,519. And I can stand for questions.
Questions for staff? Beginning with Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. How much did you say We're over?
Approximately 20% was what the bids were over the estimate.
What'd you say?
20% were what the bids were over the estimate, approximately.
And when we're downsizing it or downscaling it, we've already taken off one floor, correct?
We did. So we still have, that was through our value engineering process after we received 30% plans. We still have approximately 400 parking spaces available that will be within the parking structure.
Okay. I would just say it's more of a comment. I just want to make sure that I know we need to be sensitive with the dollars that we have to spend, but I also want to make sure that we're not scaling it back so much that, it's not the complete purpose that we're looking for to utilize that space, so.
And that is true. We have been working with in conjunction with the FTA to make sure that we are still within the scope that was originally set out to be. So we still have the transit offices, the security office, the 12 bus bays, et cetera. So we're still within their scope of services that we had.
Do you have any concerns about the, like Sycamore, Texas, I can't think of what the other street is right there. Are you concerned at all about the buses and the extra traffic being on those side streets that probably weren't intended in the beginning to be for that kind of traffic?
We aren't. The buses will enter from the south, probably off of Sycamore, enter off of Burton Street, which is south of the facility, and they'll exit onto Texas Street. We might have to remove some parking off of some of those streets to allow for the bus turning movements so that they can get in and out. And then we are increasing some of the radiuses at the intersections to allow for those bus turning movements. So we are making some improvements, but as far as condition and how the streets were built, we're comfortable with that.
Not to bring up a sore subject, but for the parking that you would be removing, the street side parking that you would be removing for the buses to turn, would that potentially be some of the free parking spaces?
Yeah, we don't have any parking restrictions on them now. With the number of, so the facility on the ground floor where the buses will be, there will be 3 aisles for the buses to enter. They'll have 12 spaces for them to park to load and unload passengers. With that many approaches on the north side of Burton and on the south side of Texas, there's not going to be room for vehicle parking there anyway. So we'd just be looking at removing the parking off the north side of Texas and maybe the south side of Burton.
Okay, maybe we could just try to find, I don't know, another area when we might be able to offer to make up for those spaces that were going to be free. So anyways, thank you.
Several questions. I see that obviously, if we could go to slide number 5, the new proposed budget is 26 million. It started at 19.5 million back in 2020. And I know that now we have additional funds through WAMPO, thanks to WAMPO and the Hyatt sale. Have we considered, number one, if the scope of this project takes into consideration maintenance moving forward? If so, what bucket does that come from in terms of dollars? Because this is another parking structure, and we just had a conversation about parking.
So part of to answer your question, regarding maintenance, the type of garage that has been designed is a cast in place regarding in lieu of precast, and a cast in place garage has less maintenance in the future. So we had taken that into consideration as we were designing the project.
And again, back in December of 2020, was it also 400 parking spots? Or was it more?
It was. We had an additional level to the garage, as the Vice Mayor had mentioned, and it had approximately 100 spaces on that level. So we reduced from 500 to 400.
So I'm very concerned about that, and I understand the increases in costs, obviously inflation. Most of the folks here understand that. So December of 2020, we had 500 spots, and the projected budget was 19.5 million. Now it's August 2024, 400 spots, so a reduction of 100. but an increase in the budget of 26 to 26.3 million. It concerns me a lot. And again, I was not part of that council when we moved forward with this, but it concerns me knowing the increases of this specific project. So I'm not comfortable moving forward, but again, I'm just one person. And I know that this is just to approve the increase in the budget so that you can put it out to bid again. So I will abstain from that vote, but if you want to chime in, you can. Anyone? If not, I know that we still have one more item to speak about. So we'll vote. Oh, Councilmember Johnston.
Mayor, thank you. Technically, we've already approved it, number 9. So we approved it except for 12, 14, and 15. So 9 has actually already been approved, 7-0.
That is correct.
So can I move to, I had the wrong number. I asked Vice Mayor Ballard what number that was, and it was initially 14, is that right? So it was 9. So how do we?
Mayor, if you wish to do that, you can make a motion to reconsider item number 9.
Okay. I would like to motion to reconsider consent agenda item number 9. Motion? Second? I have no second, so I will let that be on the record that I tried to pull number 9 in the minutes. And again, it's due to the concern of the rising cost of this project. So consent agenda item number 12, which Vice Mayor Ballard pulled. Do we have a vote on this?
I move to approve consent agenda item number 12.
I motion to second. So a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Now to item number 15 in the consent agenda item.
Excuse me, Mayor, I believe we pulled 14 also, and need to vote on that.
Vice Mayor Ballard. Number 14.
Yes. Could we just talk a little bit about what the grant covers for KDOT? Hi, Penny.
Good morning, Penny Feist, Wichita Transit. This is an annual operating grant that we receive from the Kansas Department of Transportation. It covers operators' wages and fuel, for the most part, just general operating costs.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Penny, real quick, is this the expected amount? Is it pretty stable that we know about what we could expect every year from this particular grant?
This one is pretty consistent. We haven't seen large swings.
Okay, thank you.
Penny, one more question. This is, according to the financial consideration, there's no local match. Oftentimes when we see these grants where there are no local matches, we are elated because again, we won't have to use taxpayer dollars to try to match the dollars that we need in order to accept a grant. How often are we looking at these types of grants out there so that not only in our department, but in other departments that we're also being mindful of that?
So for Wichita Transit, you're right, this is a pretty unique grant that there is no match. Most of the grants from the FTA, the federal grants, do require either a 10 to 20 to 30% grant match. So we are keeping an eye out for those opportunities, both at the state and local level, with Wichita Area Metropolitan Planning Organization to find other grants that may not have a match. But it is something that we do incorporate in our daily activities as far as seeking out grants.
Thank you very much for pursuing, again, those types of grants, as our community often really appreciates any department that looks for grants that don't require local matches. But again, anytime we do have a local match, we have to be mindful that we have to talk about it here, as then we will have to absorb it into the budget. So thank you very much. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to approve consent agenda item number 14.
Second?
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Now to item number 15 in the consent agenda.
Mayor, pretty simple answer. The reason it was taken off of the second readings here is because this was actually, it's on the agenda twice. And the 12 items that were appearing on the second reading on number 15 are actually included in your approval of the budget. And so that's appropriate, that's where it should be, and especially because of the R&R requirements, you don't want to approve this in advance of the R&R vote.
So will this come back on a second read at a subsequent meeting?
No, you'll actually be approving second reading as part of your action on the budget. And if you look at the very end of that staff report, it lists all of those ordinances which are given to you in second reading.
Okay.
I have further questions regarding the second ordinances. So this in particular is very difficult for some individuals in our community to read. So I would like to direct staff from now on to please also include a plain description of each consent item on second reading, so the public will have a better understanding of each item in the consent agenda second reading. I motion to approve second readings.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts in Wichita Airport Authority Board of Bids and Contracts dated August 19th, 2024.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. The Board of Bids and Contracts convened on August 19th, 2024 for the following items. For engineering, we have the biological nutrient replacement, cow skin, air release valves, and lift station improvements for Utility Maintenance Contractors LLC in the amount of $494,430, pending your authorization of a new engineer's estimate and budget authorization. We have the Central and 135th Street West signalization for Phillips Southern Electric Company Incorporated in the amount of $521,029, subject to your engineer estimate and budget authorization. For purchasing, we have the orthophosphate bulk delivery for Shannon Chemical Corporation for an estimated annual usage of $382,320. We have soda ash bulk delivery for Dubois Chemicals Incorporated in the amount of $109,800. For airport, we have the Colonel James Jabara Airport Taxiway A1 South Construction for Pearson Construction LLC in the amount of $1,475,725.25. This is how to become a vendor with the city. These are open requests for proposals out on the street today. And I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions. I recommend your approval.
Questions for staff, beginning with Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Josh. Just have a quick question about slide 11. There's just a very large discrepancy, and just kind of curious if you know why it's $4.5 million different.
I don't. To be honest, it had the appropriate bid in terms of the quantities quoted. There wasn't a discrepancy in how they quoted. It was just an outlier that was different that
Just
we couldn't
curious.
explain.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any further questions for staff? I see none. I motion to approve the Board of Bids.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the first new council business item.
Revenue neutral rate, self-supported municipal improvement district budget.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. So today is the day that we will review and consider adoption of the 2025 budget for the City of Wichita. But before we do that, based on state statute, first we have to talk about the revenue neutral rate. Again, everything that we'll do today is based primarily on state statute. And the next two items will determine the amount of revenue that you will have available when you actually consider the budget item, which is item number 3. So again, you set today's date as the public hearing for this item on July 16th. The first item is only relative to the revenue neutral rate for the self-supporting municipal improvement district, or the SMID, which is in downtown Wichita. That's a very small taxing district, basically from the Arkansas River to Washington, from Central to Kellogg. And again, that's a taxing district that was set up, I think, in 2001 for the support of downtown Wichita. That revenue that is derived from that taxing district is provided based on contract to the Wichita Downtown Development Corporation, who then again uses it for the benefit of downtown Wichita. Each year they present a budget to staff and to the City Council. I believe that was provided somewhere in May, I think May 12th. The proposed budget that you'll hear about in a few minutes is again based on that request. It would include a stable mill levy rate in this district. However, it would exceed the R&R. If the decision is made not to exceed the R&R in this taxing district, that would amount to a shade over $100,000 in revenue that would be reduced from the proposed budget. So this slide here shows you the impact of the R&R. Again, in 2024, the mill levy rate, again, just in this taxing district, was about 6.8 mills. We levied somewhere in the neighborhood of $790,000 in taxes. If we keep the mill levy flat, which is what the proposed budget would do, you can see how much we would levy there. And if we adhere to the revenue neutral rate, the mill levy rate would actually decrease about 0.8 of a mil. So if you choose to exceed the revenue neutral rate, there's 3 things, again, based on state statute that we need to do. First, we need to set a hearing date and advertise that hearing date, which we have done. And second item that we need to do is have a hearing on the revenue neutral rate before we discuss the budget, which is what we're doing right now. And the third thing that would need to happen if you chose to exceed the revenue neutral rate would be to adopt a resolution, which I think is attached to your agenda report. And by state statute, we have to do that by a roll call vote. Again, to be consistent with the 2025 proposed budget that was presented by staff would require a resolution to exceed the revenue neutral rate. And with that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have the individuals who represent the SMID who would like to come up?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Jeff Fleur, President of Downtown Wichita, 505 East Douglas Avenue. This morning, I also am joined by members of the Downtown Wichita Executive Committee. We have Joe Schumeyer, who is the Vice Chair, Mark Smelsley, who is the Treasurer, and then Joel Kelly, the immediate past Chair. Natalie Gosh, the Chair, was going to be here but had a last-minute conflict, but she sends her regrets at not being able to be here this morning. We're also pleased to have with us the new Executive Director of Downtown Wichita, Heather Schroeder, who you will be hearing from a lot in the future about how we continue to move our downtown forward. Heather started a week ago yesterday, and we've already been throughout downtown looking at things that we can be working on to make it an even more vibrant area. On behalf of the Downtown Wichita Board and the SMID Advisory Board, we do appreciate your favorable consideration of the request before you today. As described, the SMID funds are collected from a geographically defined area, and they are not general funds. The Downtown Wichita organization has a 28-member board and also a 12-member ex officio board to help us manage the resources that you're talking about today and also the further development of our downtown. The Downtown Wichita organization is charged with marketing downtown. We also provide real critical research around residential development, commercial, hospitality, and retail. So part of the resources that we have is to make sure we have relevant information to help drive development. We also partner with you on a number of things. We are right now partnering with you to update the master plan project downtown that has driven over 1.7 billion of investment in our downtown. The pipeline is the greatest it's ever been at over $750 million. And again, that work is underway as we speak. In the proposed 2025 budget, these boards do wish to maintain a consistent mill levy, but also realize that the increased valuation that we had the opportunity to potentially collect today. As you know, the Downtown Wichita organization will leverage these funds. As you've heard Mark say, it's about $100,000. And what we want to do is continue certainly key things. One is the continued beautification of Douglas Avenue. This is our signature street in our downtown, often known throughout our community. And so how is it we continue to increase the vibrancy of people wanting to walk literally from Old Town to Delano without thinking about it? Cindy Carnahan has been an incredible partner with the Flowers on Douglas. She has raised, actually, in the time that she's been working with us, over $500,000 in private sector funds from across the city to see those type of improvements. We want to continue that type of increased vibrancy along Douglas Avenue. The activation of public spaces. One of the things that we had the opportunity to partner this summer is with the Parks Department on concerts in NASCAR Park. We also see opportunities to continue to activate Gallery Alley. Chester I. Lewis is another great area that we need to be activating more, and we want to be able to do that. These funds will help us in sort to be able to do that as well. Placemaking initiatives. One of the things that we're so excited about with Heather, her ideas are just incredible about how is it we continue to activate. You know, one of the blessings that we see in our downtown is growth with the osteopathic school, the new biomedical center, but also companies like Cargill, IMA, PEC are all growing in our downtown. So how is it we continue to increase the walkability of the entire downtown district is extremely important. The other thing is that how is it we continue to market our downtown? We're blessed with a number of great restaurants, specialty retail. We've got some incredible opportunities coming up with U.S. figure skating in January that Visit Wichita has landed for this community, but also the NCAA tournament is coming back. So how is it we leverage these moments to really help further develop and the vibrancy of our restaurants, our retail, which again is unique to our community. So we'll be working there as well. And lastly is that, as Heather and I was walking yesterday, we need to do more weed control in our downtown. And so one of the things that we want to do is actually supplement some of the city services on how do we make sure we have the weed control that we want, the litter pickup. And so again, very important aspect of our downtown as well. So again, we appreciate the partnership with you. We also appreciate your consideration of this request before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, ma'am.
May I ask you a few questions?
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to hear about some of the challenges you're facing downtown and how the SMID can help out with some of those challenges.
Sure. One that certainly this council has been working on is the MAC, homelessness. How do we address that in our community? Mental health, those who need the services. While the MAC is not actually located within the SMID, if you will, it's important that we have a really strong solution to that. So downtown Wichita is working with the city on, there's private funding that needs to be a part of what you are working on. So actually a few weeks ago, we hosted a meeting in our office with private philanthropy along with the public sector to talk through where are we in the process? What are the things that we need to be thinking about from the private sector to help fund the MAC so that it operates from day one in the way that we want it to see happen? So that's one area, Mayor. The other is that we've been talking about parking. We want to be a partner with you on that because that might not be, in some minds, it may be a challenge, but others may see it as an opportunity, is how is it we continue to leverage that asset to fully, I think, support our downtown. So we want to work with you to continue to do that. We also mentioned just recently the cleanliness of our downtown, the safety of downtown. I think as we go forward, Heather, one of the things that we really were impressed with her resume and experience is how she has worked with systems in Syracuse, New York, on such things as we're talking about right now as far as the clean and safe of a downtown. We are in a great place now that we have more and more people are living downtown, they're working downtown, visiting. As more and more do that, we have to pay attention to those things. And that's really kind of the fine tuning of our downtown. So those are areas of opportunity as well, Mayor, that we want to work with the city and others and making sure we move those forward.
The increase in the SMID, obviously, if we increase R&R, the additional $100,000 or so, would there be opportunities to help with some of these challenges?
Yes, ma'am. And that's the things that I was just noting are areas of focus, if you will. Now, what we'll do with the additional $100,000 is work with Heather as she comes on our team and gets more aware of opportunities to leverage. One of the things, too, I think we were talking about grants earlier with transit. If you go back to the original downtown master plan, we utilized an FTA grant of about $50,000 because we had funding that was raised privately, but also working through the public sector. We were able to leverage some of those. I think there's opportunities with Heather as well. She has a very strong track record. One of the things that we see as an opportunity is like the National Endowment for the Arts. We worked with the city to secure the first one that did the front porches of our downtown. That really helped as we were coming out of COVID. There were still restrictions sometimes with indoor spaces. We created the front porches with the city. All those are opportunities that we feel like every dollar that we bring in, Mayor, we feel like we should leverage it. That should be our responsibility to the taxpayers in downtown. They're saying we will self-impose this mill levy so that we make a better downtown, not only for downtown, but the community at large. So our commitment is to leverage each dollar that is raised here.
Again, the boundaries of this SMID are from the Arkansas River to Washington, from Central to Kellogg.
That's correct.
And so it's only these individuals in this square
Yes, ma'am.
that contribute to the SMID, so very
ma'am.
specific.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions for staff? Or Jeff? I see none.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now open it up for public comment. Are there any individuals who would like to speak on this specific matter? Please state your name and your address. All right. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I believe the SMID encompasses several council members' districts. Would any of those council members like to speak up? Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate everyone in the downtown group. Welcome to Wichita, Heather. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Jeff will give you a great tour of our city. I appreciate all the work that downtown Wichita does and am supportive of the SMID as well. So with that, I would move that the City Council close the public hearing record, approve the resolution to exceed the revenue neutral rate for the self-supported municipal improvement district, and conclude the public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Revenue neutral rate, City of Wichita proposed budget.
Good morning again, Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. Today, or the second item today, is to present to you the revenue neutral rate consideration for the City of Wichita operating budget. I'll go into a little bit more detail in this presentation since the order of magnitude is a little bit more significant. Again, today's the day we set for the hearing. We set that date back on July 16th. Again, the revenue neutral rate will set the level of funding that we have available to address community priorities in the city budget. And again, the revenue neutral rate hearing is required before we discuss the budget. So let me talk about the revenue neutral rate just a little bit, and I'll tell you about some of the things that some of the limitations in the state's revenue neutral rate. The revenue neutral rate allows for no growth in property tax revenue, zero growth, not $1 worth of growth. It would freeze our property tax revenue to the exact same level as the year before. That's the way the statute is written. The R&R also does not allow the city to receive any additional property tax revenue from things that expand the tax base, things like construction, new construction, annexation, change in use, or even expiring tax abatements. And those all are contributors to our assessed valuation base. And finally, the R&R has no provisions in it to allow for any increases or allocations of additional funding for the governing body to specifically address any community priorities or to address inflation for that matter. Previous tax lids prior to the R&R had exemptions for things like that, but the R&R, which I believe was passed 3 years ago, removed all of those exemptions. So there's no provision for any of these items in the R&R. So let's talk about property tax briefly. Property tax is the largest revenue source for our general fund, and it's also the largest revenue source for our debt service fund. Both of those funds are very important in our city budget, and we fund a variety of priorities, community priorities from both of those funds. The manager, when he's presented budget information in the past, always shows you pie charts, And I wouldn't be surprised if he has the same pie charts here in a few minutes. And on those pie charts, you'll notice that property taxes is the largest pie slice for the most part in the general fund. So let's talk about the impact of R&R on a homeowner's city property taxes that our homeowners in the city of Wichita pay. There's two things that determine the amount of taxes that a homeowner in the city of Wichita pays to the city of Wichita. Two variables. One variable is the value of their home as determined by the county appraiser. Again, the city of Wichita does not play a role in that process. Statutorily, that is the function of the county appraiser. The second item that determines the property taxes that a taxpayer in Wichita pays to the city of Wichita is the mill levy rate. That rate, estimated rate, is established by the Wichita City Council. So the City Council controls one of the two variables that impact property taxes paid to the city of Wichita by a homeowner in the city of Wichita. Now, I should point out that there are other taxing jurisdictions within the city, namely the county and the school district, who also levy taxes. And again, I'm only focusing on the city portion because that's the portion that the city has some control over. So let's look at the variable which is under the control of the city council. And again, that is the mill levy rate. This shows the mill levy rate for the past 31 years. And I think the takeaway on this slide is that it's been very stable and it's also relatively low compared to our peers. We are a first-class city, obviously, which is a large city in Kansas. There are 25 other large cities in Kansas, total of 26. Our mill levy rate is the 19th lowest of those 26 cities. However, we do not have a local sales tax, which you're well aware, of course. We are the lowest mill levy in the state of Kansas for cities that do not have a local sales tax. The other variable, as I mentioned, is assessed valuation. This is a very busy chart, so I won't spend much time on it. But the takeaway is assessed valuation is volatile. It goes up, it goes down. We've had years where assessed valuation is actually negative. We've had prolonged periods where assessed valuation is flat. And we have had periods where assessed valuation grows significantly. Again, based on a number of variables, based on determination by the county appraiser. The takeaway on the red line there is to highlight the point that assessed valuation growth is more than just reappraisal on individual homes. It's new construction, it's expiration of tax abatements, it's annexation, it's change of use, and that's what the red line there represents. So let's talk about the R&R specific to the city of Wichita. We levied about $152 million, if you'll allow me to round, last year. That was based on a mill levy rate of 32.743. The proposed budget that the city manager has presented to you is based on a mill levy rate that is exactly the same as 2024, which is 32.743 mills. But it would generate somewhere around $164 million in taxes levied. Again, I'm going to round here, approximately $12 million or a little bit more than $12 million in additional property tax revenue over what we expect to collect in 2024. And again, that revenue will be available if we exceed the revenue neutral rate. So again, the proposed budget includes that. Some of the reasons why the proposed budget includes that is it has, again, spending aligned to our community priorities, particularly public safety. We've invested in some additional equipment for public safety. We've also addressed some wage increase challenges in order to help our recruitment and retention, again, particularly with the police department, but also with our service employees and others. And finally, as I mentioned, the property tax funds a lot of CIP improvements. And you'll recall that there's a variety of improvements in the CIP aligned to public safety particularly and to some of our other priority areas. Finally, I thought I'd give you a little perspective on what other jurisdictions in the state of Kansas do. Again, I've just looked at the 3 largest counties in Kansas. This is obviously a year old because I don't have any data on what everybody's doing now because generally they're operating concurrently with us. But you can see here that in Sedgwick County last year, 2 cities chose not to exceed the revenue neutral rate, one of which was Viola, and I don't recall the other city. It was one of the smaller cities in the county. And you can see that experience is fairly similar to what has happened in our other large counties in the state of Kansas. So again, if you choose to exceed the revenue neutral rate, and again, that action is required if we're going to levy any more than the $151 million or so that we levied last year. We must meet the notification requirement, which we have done. We must hold the hearing, which we are doing right now. And the last item is to approve a resolution by roll call vote if the decision is made to exceed the revenue neutral rate. Again, that action would be aligned with the 2025 proposed budget that the city manager has proposed back in July. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for all your work, Mark. We begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, thank you for the presentation. Could you walk us through the process? Like, let's say we don't go with to exceed the R&R this year. What does that look like next year? Does that lower our mill levy and we would have to vote to raise it again next year? Or just walk us through that process, please.
Yes, sir. A very good question. If you do not vote to exceed the R&R, when we have our budget discussions, which would be the next item, the first thing we would do is amend the ordinance that the manager mentioned is on special reading, and we would lower the taxes levied in that ordinance to last year's level. That would impact our estimated mill levy. It would reduce it by approximately 2.5 mills to somewhere in the neighborhood of just a little bit more than 30 mills. The next thing that we would need to do is determine what the policy direction was on reducing the 2025 proposed budget by that $12 million or so that we would no longer have in revenue, and we'd seek policy direction on that. There's a variety of ways to do that. But to your point, we like to engage in long-term financial planning. That's very important to us. It's very important to a lot of external agencies that monitor the city. So it would not be statutorily required, but policy direction on what the long-term view related to the R&R would certainly be desirable. And to your point, if we choose to not exceed the R&R for only 1 year, again, the mill levy would drop for about 2.5 mills for 2025, but presumably it would increase by 2.5 mills for 2026 if that was the policy direction of the body.
Okay, so it would go back up next year on its own without having us to vote? No, we'd have to vote.
No, it would require council action to increase it next year.
To increase the mill levy back to where it is currently?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, I already know the answer to this question, but just so for the public, the state currently exempts himself from revenue neutral requirement and revenue neutral requirement hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, I asked this question last week and you were able to provide this for me. Can you give us a scenario if we only captured inflation? So if you only captured inflation, which is about 3%, what would that look like? Because even if we exceeded R&R by $1, you exceeded it. But right now what we're capturing is $12 million, the full R&R.
Right.
If we only captured inflation, how much would that be?
Yes, ma'am. If we set the taxes levied to only capture inflation, and if we define the inflation rate at approximately 3%, which is what it is nowadays, I think, that would mean that we would reduce our mill levy to about 31.2 mills, or about 1.5 lower than what we are right now. And it would mean that we would need to reduce our budget by in the neighborhood of about $7.8 million.
And remind us again, the current proposed budget that we're going to vote on in the next vote does not take into account any reductions. It's just a full exceeding of the R&R at the full value.
Yes, ma'am. It's based on a stable mill levy and capturing all the growth and assessed valuation. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm looking at, I don't know which slide it was, but in our packet, most of the increased valuation was due to reappraisal, which was about $309 million, and then new construction, which was $60.8 million.
Yes, ma'am.
So does that mean that if we only captured, say, 3% in inflation and new construction so that you're not punishing those who have a home and their valuation of their home has increased, sometimes not even accurately, as some folks have been appealing that process, saying, my house is actually not worth $250,000, my house is actually worth XYZ. So it's only, is it 16%, is that right, just for new construction?
New construction, our growth and assessed valuation from 2024 to 2025 was approximately 8.1%. Of that 8.1%, If my memory is serving me correctly, I think 1.4% of that growth was due to new construction and annexation. In other words, reappraisal growth was somewhere in the neighborhood of 6.4, 6.5%.
And I know you mentioned this, but it would be a nice reminder, the city does not value your home. Can you remind us of that?
Yes, ma'am. Based on state statute, the county appraiser has the responsibility to do that. The city has absolutely nothing to do with the property valuation process. That is a duty statutorily provided to the county appraiser.
So the options we have currently are to capture the full R&R, so keep the mill levy the same, but get more money to $12.4 million more than last year. Right. We could, another option, to only increase it to the rate of inflation, which then would leave us in a $7.8 million deficit, correct?
It would
based off of the 2025
It would require us to
proposed
adjust
budget.
the budget. Yes, ma'am.
Or we could reduce the mill levy to be exactly the same captured value as last year, which would be a reduction in the mill levy to 30.028,
if my memory is correct.
So those are our three options, is that right? Based off of right
Those
now.
are three options available to you, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate all the detailed work that you have provided us throughout the many weeks that we've been talking about this. So thank you, Mark. I see no further questions for staff. So at this time, we will now open it up for public comment regarding the revenue neutral and exceeding the revenue neutral rate. I see one individual coming forward. Please state your name and your address.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is David Fromm. I live at 7103 East Chelsea Street here in the city of Wichita. I want to encourage you to accept the full, accept exceeding R&R by the full amount. My family makes use of a number of city services that I have concern would be impacted by any reduction in the budget, specifically library services and services of Parks and Rec. We have a 5-year-old daughter as well as another child on the way. We make good use of these services. I have concerns of them being impacted. I want them to still be as useful, if not more useful than they presently are. And I worry that any reduction of the budget would cause impact there that would put more burden on my family than increasing that, increasing the mill levy rate to match, to accept the full exceeding of R&R. So, thank you.
Any more individuals who would like to speak on this matter? If not, we will bring it back to the bench and close public comment. We'll begin with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that this has been something that we've talked about for months now, and so I'll just briefly share some comments before my vote. I pulled up my notice that I got, and in terms of the city evaluation, including the state evaluation, the county, and the school district, my taxes on my property would increase about $124.66 a year based on all taxing jurisdictions if they would exceed revenue neutral. Food prices are up 21% on average across the country. Energy prices up 32%. Shelter costs up 21.6%. But we also have a duty up here to make sure that the basic functions of government are met and that we're offering the services that our community expects of us. I think it's very telling that the state also exempts himself from the revenue neutral hearing when they are also planning to exceed it this year as well. And so I will be supporting the full capture of revenue neutral with a caveat that I will be proposing some potential cost savings that we're facing or that we could address over the next year. I believe these cost savings don't affect service levels for the city. I think they're innovative ways that we're making sure that we can mitigate challenges we face in 26, 27, and 28 that are not affecting service levels for our community, that are not affecting staffing decisions for the city, and its government being more efficient and more effective. And so again, I will support full capture with savings, hopefully to help mitigate challenges in 26, 27, and 28, and then using any other savings for cash debt servicing. I know this is a tough decision from this body, but I believe it's the right decision to make sure that we're upholding our commitments to our community as well.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want the public to have a clear understanding that if we do not capture the full 12.3 million, whatever that is, there is not 12.3 million in cost savings in the city budget. You know, we've looked at it, and there's several million. Councilman Glasscock thinks we can capture, but if you're going to get that full 12 million, you're going to be cutting police, fire, public works / roads. So just to be clear, if people don't want us to do that, they're going to have to accept less service from the police, fire, and roads. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you to staff, and I'll have more kudos during the next presentation. But Mark, this is a complicated process, and I really appreciate the way that you always distill it down for us so that we can understand and the community can understand. I also want to thank Councilmember Glasscock. I know in the next agenda item we'll be hearing some ideas that have come to us from staff recommendations, and I think he's done a great job of championing those and seeing which ones can become viable. I also wanted to go on record. The last 2 years, I did vote to not exceed the R&R. And the rationale for me doing that is because we had a budget surplus. This year, we do not have a budget surplus. And if we do not capture the R&R, we are going to have to cut, as my colleagues have mentioned, $12.4 million out of this budget. The speaker who came today, thank you very much for coming down to City Hall. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Many of the services that we would have to consider cutting are what the most vulnerable in our population and our community rely on. Especially, I always worry about our veterans, I worry about the aged, and so I am going to be supportive of exceeding the revenue neutral rate this year with the caveat that I know additional budget cuts will be discussed in the next item. Thank you.
I see no further folks on the board at the moment. Before a motion gets asked to be approved, I'm going to share a couple of comments. I've been looking at my emails, specifically this email right here. This is from one of our neighbors. Her name is Juanetta. Juanetta is 63 years old. She reached out to me and she wanted to share her story. Juanetta had to stop working due to health issues. She's now on disability. She understands that inflation is hurting everyone, including our city, but she's also scared of the rising costs of insurance, upkeep, and property taxes that may force her out of her home. If we could limit the increase of the R&R to simply just inflation of 3%, I could get behind that. 75% of our budget is people, it's personnel. And our 3,000 employees deserve wages that keep pace with inflation. But anything over that is an increase in taxes, and I just cannot support that. If you look back to June of this year, our 2026 deficit was over $12 million. Today, it's less than $4 million. While I am proud that this council and I have accomplished in getting us down to less than $4 million deficit in 2026, I was elected to stand up for ordinary citizens who haven't had a voice. I'm not going to turn my back on Juanetta or the thousands of individuals who cannot make it to our city council meetings. So I realize I will be in the minority, but I wanted to explain why I will not be exceeding the revenue neutral rate today. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Juanetta, we did pass last year, I believe, some property tax rebates for people who are struggling and qualify for some things such as the homestead tax on the state level. So I would be glad to look into seeing if Ms. Juanita qualifies for that, to actually ease the burden a little bit. And I agree with you on the basic services, but again, that's what we're talking about here, is the 12 million gap, and I don't see how we could cut 12 million out of the budget without starting to seriously affect people's day-to-day lives on this process. So I just wanted to add my 2 cents. And again, Ms. Juanetta, we're very mindful of that. I hope she qualifies for the rebate program. So please send the information down the line and see if we can help her.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate that story as well, Mayor. Much like the speaker that we had, I am supporting the full increase of the revenue neutral rate because I know the work that our city staff does with the community. And I know that she may be in a position not only where Councilmember Hoheisel can talk about the property tax rebate, but all the other services that we provide our community as well. It is folks on fixed income that need help. And when I think about our Housing and Community Services Department, when I think about the things that we can do even through parks, just the activities that we have, it's those types of things that really help our quality of life, and making sure that we don't cut the revenue neutral rate out, because that's a lot of money. Even a portion of it means that our service delivery wouldn't be the same. And so folks like the lady who emailed our mayor and our speaker would suffer because we are not funding those at a level that we should. So I am fully supportive of exceeding the revenue neutral rate. I will continue to be, because the services that we provide are stellar for our community, and I think that we should continue to do so.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo some of the comments that some of my colleagues have made. And Mayor, I also appreciate you sharing this story from your neighbor. I think those are really important for us to share with the public too. We get tons and tons of emails all the time, but obviously the public doesn't know about those. But I will also be fully supporting the revenue neutral rate. I don't think I've ever received an email that says I want less road maintenance, less fire, less police, less anything. We unfortunately need as many dollars as possible, and there's lots of room for improvement. So appreciate staff's work on helping us get to where we are, but I will be fully supportive. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I will point out our inflation rate now is 3%. However, we've had catch-up to do with our service employees, which basically got an 8.5% raise. Our police, double-digit raise, fire, double-digit raise. So the cost for the city has gone up way more than 3%. I'll also point out that Juanetta, and I know people in the similar situation, and I direct them to some social service agencies in town, one which I was board chair of, and that's the Center of Hope. And if people need a one-time, during a 1-year period, if they need one-time help with rent or house payment or electric bill, car bill, whatever it is, they can go to Center of Hope, and there's probably a 98% chance they're going to get approved for it. So there's another vehicle people can use to stay in their home. So I hope people look into that also.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one more comment, so I appreciate the opportunity. I often reflect back when I'm making my decisions for the city, not just on the budget, which, as I always say, is the most important decision we make all year, but even every week, and not just here at the bench, but what I'm doing every day in the community. And our mission for the city of Wichita is to be an exceptionally well-run city, and there are 4 pillars that we use for that. It's to keep Wichita safe, to grow our economy, to build and maintain dependable infrastructure, and provide conditions for living well. And I do think by exceeding the R&R this year, it will help us to accommodate the city's growth. We all want our city to grow. I'm looking at Jeff Fleur, one of our favorite Wichitans, and one of the things that we're most excited about are things such as the Biomed Center coming downtown. Not only going to bring more people downtown, but I bet it's going to bring more people to our city. And this allows us the opportunity to make sure that we're meeting our city's mission of being the exceptional, well-run city that we all want to be. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I didn't see anybody else on the board. I'm happy to make a motion. All right. I would move that the city council close the public hearing record, approve the resolution to exceed the revenue neutral rate for the city of Wichita, and conclude the public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
2025 Annual Operating Budget and 2025 to 2034 Capital Improvement Program.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. I'm happy to say that this is your last hearing on the budget. Before I get started, I want to offer some thanks. First of all, I want to thank all of you. You have been actively involved, probably as much as any council, since January working on the budget. The mayor referenced some cuts that have been made already for 2026, which is not even under consideration today formally, but you're positioning us well for the future and some concerns that we have. So I appreciate that heavy lifting. I want to thank Mark Manning for all the work that he's put into the budget process, Elizabeth Goldtree and all of her staff members with the budget team, and of course all the department directors and their teams who put together the original recommendations for you to consider and have also responded to a number of challenges you presented us during the budget process. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and go through my last presentation on the 25-26 proposed budget. Oops. Sorry. The 2025 proposed budget is balanced, which is important financially as well as in order to comply with state law. As Mark mentioned, the 2025 estimated mill levy rate will be unchanged, and this will be, I believe, our 32nd year of adopting the mill levy from the previous year. I won't go into all the other details regarding how we compare with other cities in Kansas because I think Mark did a wonderful job of explaining that. The budget reflects over $11 million in adjustments, not just for 25, but more importantly for 26 and 27, that will help, again, position us for the future. And those were approved by or directed by the council during all of your workshops and the meetings that we've had subsequently. And of course, this budget reflects community priorities. I won't go through all of the elements of public engagement, but this is, again, probably one of the most robust engagement processes that we've had in the last 10 years. We started with the community survey, which really helped shape the direction for this coming budget, for the 2025 budget. I mentioned you've had a number of workshops. We had budget roundtables. We had social media town hall events. We met with the DABs, and we had the budget simulator, which provided some interesting information. And then finally, we've had 3 public hearings, including today. This budget will be remembered for this matrix and the direction that the public gave us through the citizen survey. And as you know, our focus has been primarily in the magenta area, but we've also been very focused on the orange area as well, maintaining high quality services that are valued by the community. Reminder of the 4 priorities that came out of the survey and have shaped this budget: crime prevention, pavement maintenance, economic development, and addressing housing insecurity. There's about $45 million in the recommended budget to address crime prevention activities. Just a reminder that that's not just enforcement work that's done on the street, but it also includes prevention as well as rehabilitation work. The area of pavement maintenance, there's $20 million for a concrete street maintenance program. There is a pavement maintenance 10-year investment of $149 million in existing streets, and $39 million has been allocated for dirt street paving. In addition, the operating budget has $18 million annually for the ongoing maintenance of our street system. In the general fund, you would transfer $1 million to the Economic Development Fund to help a number of initiatives, but primarily to help fund the Downtown Wichita Plan update, as well as a number of small business initiatives that we have started. And then you've already talked a little bit about the SMID and how those dollars are used in downtown. earlier, the council approved $5 million in ARPA funds for affordable housing. As you probably know, we have solicited proposals for redevelopment of former public housing units, and money will be allocated to developers to help bring those properties up to appropriate standards, and more importantly, to make sure that they remain affordable housing for our residents. And then maybe one of the most important initiatives that you've included in this budget is the development of the multi-agency center to provide a comprehensive approach to tackling our homelessness issue. In the operating budget, in the housing, specific housing budget, you have $500,000 annually for operations, and there's $8 million in the capital improvement program to finance the capital needs for establishing the center. As Mark referenced, I have to have my pie charts. This is for the entire budget, which is about $764 million. I will not bore you with all of the slices of the pie. Just remind you that when we're looking at the entire budget, charges for services and property taxes are the two major funding sources, and salaries and benefits are the top use of those dollars. In the general fund, property taxes, again, as Mark referenced, is the #1 revenue source, followed by franchise fees and sales tax. And I believe the mayor referenced this earlier, 75% of our costs are tied to salaries and benefits. And sticking with the theme about the importance of public safety and public works, about 74% of our general fund is committed to those functions. Several references have been made to the challenges that we're facing, somewhat in 25, but more importantly in 26, 27, and 28. There are two major factors that are contributing to those challenges. First of all, we anticipate a significant decline in interest earnings over the next few years, and that has been a significant revenue source for us in the general fund for the past few years. And then we've also seen an increase in our wage costs, as referenced from the bench, but especially in the area of public safety. When we were doing the original forecasting with you, we talked about our deficits over the next few years reaching the $22 million level. Based on work the council has done, we've been able to reduce that already by $11 million. Significant work still needs to be done, and I do know that there'll be some discussion from the bench regarding getting a running start on some of those modifications. Some of the things that we have been considering and that we intend to implement, I believe there'll be some direction about the timing of that implementation here soon. We're talking about centralizing our financial services, working on a more cost recovery and an improved model for cost recovery, evaluating our fleet, looking at areas where we've had high vacancy rates and determining whether or not we need to do something to right-size those operations. Also look at our employee compensation and benefits as we look at that, we'll be working closely with all of our labor groups. Let me move from the operating budget to the capital improvement program. It's consistent with the community investments plan, which is extremely important because that's a comprehensive plan for our community. It's guided by community priorities, and it is built to be sustainable. Here's the revenue sources of the $3 billion for the 10-year CIP. Here's how those dollars would be spent over the next 10 years. Just a reminder that in 2025, we're recommending a mill levy rate for the debt service fund of 7.7 mills. That is a temporary transfer of 0.7 mills to help cash fund some of our capital improvement projects to reduce ongoing debt expenses in the future. Just some of the highlights. I've already talked about the street improvements that are included in the CIP. We have $164 million planned for public safety infrastructure, and over 1/2 of the CIP is designated for maintenance, which includes $33 million in the maintenance of cultural facilities and another $32 million for other facilities. And by the way, I highlight that because that's probably one of the last categories of our capital improvement program or our infrastructure where we have actually applied our models so that we have a predictable funding for the maintenance of our city facilities. We did that early for our streets. We then brought that along for our utilities, including water and sewer and stormwater, and now we're on board in terms of our facilities. Sizable investment made in those facilities, and we want to make sure that we maintain those appropriately. And the other reminder is the CIP is probably most impacted by our growth in property valuations in the future as well as sales tax. So today, as you're considering, I want to reflect what you did last week and that has been included into the recommended document that you'll be considering today. First of all, there was an inclusion of a golf CIP element, which includes $9 million over a 5-year period. It will be funded with user fee adjustments, golf operating savings, and allocations from the general fund. And then $5,000 will be shifted from the 21st Street project to the Northwest Bypass right-of-way project. There are a number of actions that we're asking you to take today. The first is to adopt the 2025 proposed budget as adjusted and approve the second reading of the necessary budget ordinances. Councilmember Glasscock, that's what we referenced in your question. Second is to approve amending the 2024 budget for the Community Improvement District and the Tourism Business Improvement District funds. Third action is to adopt the 2034 proposed capital improvement program as adjusted. The fourth is to authorize staff to take the necessary steps to implement the budget. And the fifth is to approve the use of local funds derived from property within the corporate limits for the Wichita State University Board of Trustees. If you like, you can approve the first four together, or you can vote on each of them. We ask that you have a single vote on this last item if you decide to bunch the others. Mayor, with that, I am glad to answer any questions.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob, for the presentation, and I'll have more appropriate kudos here when we get to the comment section. During this process, lots of community engagement, lots of emails from folks who are very passionate about our city, which I appreciate. One theme was from the art community wanting us to show their support. The other was regarding the MAC, the Multi-Agency Center and Homelessness. The one thing that I've been very proud of during this last year, how many months, is that we have all consistently had homelessness, and the Multi-Agency Center is our #1 priority here in Topeka. And it's something that I hear about every day from constituents and from community members who really care about our most vulnerable, our homeless. Because of that, and I know on slide 49, if you'd like to please go back to it, can you just make sure that we assure the community that in this budget, and also using our American Rescue Plan Act dollars, that we are doing everything that we can to address the homelessness issue through the Multi-Agency Center? The question that I've been getting is consistently in the emails, and probably my colleagues as well, is there money for the MAC? Is the MAC a priority in this budget? So I would love to have your comments so that we can reassure our community of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. A great question. First, on the capital side, there's $8 million set aside for multiple projects associated with the MAC. The first project will be the creation of the emergency shelter for this winter, and that will be accomplished. We actually have a plan for moving forward quickly on that. And then the second piece is to then bring the rest of the facility up to speed. This is the old Park Elementary. We'll do a remodeling of that, which will include shelter space as well as, and probably just as importantly, space for agencies that will help us move people out of homelessness. And again, just a reminder, the model is to take people that are currently in either on the street or in shelter and move them into a permanent housing arrangement and make them self-sufficient, provide the resources necessary. So that will be, we're trying to do the physical piece, which is early shelter, but also we've applied for tax credits so that we can build affordable housing units so that people can transition from shelter into an affordable housing situation. But it won't work unless we have the soft services, and that primarily is to bring social workers or others in the industry alongside, caseworkers, excuse me, alongside those that are homeless, and to address any issues that are providing impediments for them to become self-sufficient and productive members of the community. We have $500,000 built in all years that we projected out, starting in 2025. Also, we're expecting to continue that out. That will be the first piece of the subsidy. We may also have some additional housing dollars that will be available to supplement that, so that, if I remember right, that could be another ballpark $300,000. But what I really want to emphasize, and I've told many people this as we talk about this budget, this is a community project. City of Wichita has come forward and said we have to do something different, and we have to do something maybe a little different than most other communities. That's why this affordable housing piece sponsored by the city is so important, because that shows that we're all in terms of a permanent solution. But we need help from others in the community. And that the challenge goes to other government jurisdictions. It goes to the nonprofits that are in this space. It applies to, in my opinion, the faith-based community, and it applies to the private sector. Jeff mentioned that he's already started some initiatives, some discussions with the private sector about coming forward with their piece of this. So when this is all completed, I think we'll have the community of Wichita that will have said, we're behind the MAC, and we're showing that in terms of our financial support and our volunteer support, which will be just as important as we have to feed folks in shelter and provide other services. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. But what's the gap that we have currently for fully funding the services to the MAC? You talked about...
In terms of the annual budget?
Yes, sir.
Council member, that's a little difficult to understand at this point, and the only reason I say that is we have a budget we've identified working with the nonprofits that are in this space. And just in full transparency, that budget is about $4 to $4.5 million. However, we know that many of those costs will be offset by services provided by existing providers and by ComCare with the county. So we're hoping to bring that budget down. Just me speaking, not anybody else that's involved in this process. I'm hoping we'll get down to about a $2 million gap, with us picking up $500,000 of that, and then hopefully then the community coming forward with another $1.5 million. But that's ambitious, because that means that the providers and other folks involved in this space would be coming up with close to $2.5 million of in-kind services or services to help offset cost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to point that out. It's between $2 million and $4.5 million, and the services provided, I think I agree with you. I think we can get down to $2 million. But I want people to know how much work has gone into this on the Homelessness Task Force, especially the Provider Committee. They haven't always been pleasant and easy meetings, very confrontational at times, but everyone is getting there. And we have a detailed budget worked out with a little bit of disagreement on it still, but we have a detailed budget of what it's going to cost to run the MAC, and we have different scenarios, ways to fund it. So, which includes obviously the city's portion. Hopefully the county gets on board, the religious sector hopefully gets on board, and then business and nonprofits. So we can get there. We will get there. We will have a comprehensive solution that is Wichita, not San Antonio, not Bergen County, not Colorado Springs. It'll be a Wichita solution, one that fits our community. So, and we will get there. So I appreciate all the help from everybody, including Justice Together, Homeless Task Force, Provider Task Force, all the different people who have been working on this very diligently. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, could you give an example of potentially ways to bring down that budget? Like, I would assume, like, if an organization provided food, that would bring the $4 million down. Can you give any other examples of just for anybody that might be listening, that might be able to help fill the gap.
Sure.
Or put those feelers out on some other like tangible things that we could be looking for to partner or collaborate to help bring the cost down.
Sure. Great question, Vice Mayor. The food is a great example. By the way, we may have an arrangement for the food, but we're still going to need distribution of that food for 3 meals a day. So if people are looking for volunteer opportunities, that will be a way of offsetting some of that need. Caseworkers. This model doesn't work without significant caseworker presence. There are agencies that we're working with that want to have a presence in the MAC that would, in all likelihood, will provide caseworkers. We're moving our housing department caseworkers over. HOT will have a presence there. In terms of security, we have an agency that's in this space that's very close to Park Elementary that said they may want to split security costs or share security costs with us. Those are the kinds of things that we're looking at. Those are some examples.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple questions regarding the MAC. So in our handout regarding the 2025 proposed budget follow-up issues, page number 5 specifically states how capital dollars are being spent here. The 2025-2034 proposed CIP, $6 million in general obligation bond funding that was initially approved by the council October of 2021 for the South Lakes Park pickleball project. That funding will be retitled in this new CIP, which will increase it to $8 million for the MAC. I think we have some confusion in community regarding the pickleball and how these dollars are now being directed to a priority that all 7 of us have said we want to work towards a solution as a council with community, and that's how some of these dollars are actually being allocated now.
Right. Actually, Mayor, you just described it really well. I think when we hit pause on pickleball, the council had some concerns about that as a priority, but more importantly, knew that we had this urgent need for addressing the homelessness issue in the community, and really were behind the MAC concept, and we were struggling to make sure that we had enough capital dollars. We have some limitations on the use of federal funds for the pieces of that MAC, and so the council reallocating that money from pickleball to the MAC allows this project to be possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to Councilmember Glasscock for that leadership. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I couldn't let you off too easy, Bob. What are some contingency plans if we don't fill that gap in time?
I think we've come pretty far to give up on that. We want, as I think Jeff Fleur had mentioned, that we want to get this off the ground with the full model, because we believe that's the most effective way of addressing the concerns of our homeless population. If for some reason we have a shortfall that we can't make up in year 1, we probably would scale back some of the services that are available in that facility in order to get a balanced budget. But I believe that everyone that's at the table is committed to making this work. So I'm probably overly optimistic, but I believe that we can do it, and that when we open the doors in April of next year, after the emergency shelter is ramped down, then we'll go to get a 24/7 MAC going forward. I believe that we'll have commitments for the dollars that are necessary.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, Bob. One last question, and this will be an easy one, I think. I am monitoring the comments online, thanks to the folks who are watching who couldn't be with us today. One of the questions is there a MAC budget online anywhere? People are curious about some of the things that we discussed. I noticed this PowerPoint isn't yet up on our website, but I imagine it will be right after the council
Right.
meeting, and it'll give some of the information. And I know we don't have the operating budget all figured out, but even for the capital budget for this portion of it, where can folks who are interested and want to learn more find it?
Well,
Thank you.
if you remember, we have a development partner that's working on the construction piece of this, and I think we should be able in the near future to be able to provide that budget information. On the operating budget, what I'd like to do is wait until we know what the offsets are, so that when we provide the community with our budget, we'll show how much the total budget is, what has been committed by the community, and then what the deficit or the gap will be. And I think that will be more enlightening for everyone.
So what I hear you saying is, as of right now, the capital budget for the actual MAC isn't online or available
It
yet, but
is
will
not.
be coming.
We should be, yes. I think they're still refining some of it.
Okay.
I will tell you, it's a little soft on the back end because all of the effort right now is getting the emergency shelter up and running. So the developer's spending their time primarily on finalizing those plans and getting their subcontractor contracts in place so they can move forward.
Sure, and if any community member wants to meet with their council member individually, we can certainly have an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
I know that Councilmember Tuttle brought this up, so I wanted to make sure that there were some facts and figures shared. Can you explain where cultural arts was in 2024 versus 2025? And according to our budget, cultural arts received funding in 2023 of $5.2 million. In 2024, it increased to $6.4 million. And in this new proposed budget, there's an increase again to $6.791 million.
Mayor, good question. And Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the additional cultural funding is primarily a result of its tie to the mill levy. And so it reflects the increase in valuation. And right now, under our contracts with the agencies, you remember we have a number of agencies that are receiving annual funding from us to maintain their collections and their facilities. They're in city buildings. They're are probably our largest museums. And then in addition to that, we have a pretty robust grant program. Lindsay Banaka has been expanding that and getting additional dollars out into the community. So there's no freezing of cultural arts expenses, which I've kind of heard people talk about, and no cuts that are included in the 2025 budget.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any further questions? I have one last one for you, Bob.
Sure.
City Manager, can you let us know, do we have a budget deficit? And tell us again, explain to community, do we actually have a budget deficit?
Sure. Again, because of the work done by the council, in 2025, you have a balanced budget. So you do not have a budget deficit in 2025. However, we are projecting deficits starting in 2026. Mark, I don't have that in front of me. If I remember correctly, it's somewhere between $3 and $4 million in 2026. And then I believe it gets into about $10 million roughly, 10 to 11 million after that in 27 and in 28.
So the answer to that question one more time is we are facing a budget deficit because that we have to make decisions not just for today, but really for the future of this community. And so are we having a budget deficit?
Yes, Mayor, again, it's great clarification. As I've shown in slides through all my presentations, starting in 2026, our expenditures outpace revenues. And that's a structural deficit. It's not because of the fact that we're in a recession or anything like that. It's just simply because of the cost of government, especially to be competitive in wages. Our public safety expenses are outpacing our revenue sources, whether that's property tax or sales tax or interest earnings, which have been really important to us. Franchise fees are another revenue source that we're concerned about.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And I asked this question of Mark a few weeks ago, but for the new folks who are joining us today, and I made this comment, I've been in this bench since 2019, and every year we've made cuts. And I think every year when we look at future budgets, we always, I think we're extremely cautious, which is great, and predict as best that we can what our deficit will be. I don't think I've ever been here where we didn't say there's going to be a deficit in forthcoming years, and usually we're able to get that down. A lot of it, and please always correct me when I'm wrong, Bob or Mark or anyone else, but we can do an exceptional job of predicting our expenditures, but we can't always do the exceptional job of predicting our revenues because we don't know about franchise fees, we don't know about interest earnings, all those kind of things. So, just a comment that, I'm really proud of this council that we have a balanced budget for 2025, but we're already thinking ahead to 2026 and for future years. So just kind of want to remind the community that we are cognizant of that and we're already looking at it. And I'm confident with the staff that we have, the council that we have, and community input, we'll also have balanced budgets because we're required to in future years, and hopefully with not eliminating services that are essential. Thank you.
If I could, I do need to brag a little bit about our finance staff and Mark specifically. Our revenue projections have probably been close to like 98% accurate. And so, I apologize for giving a little extra different information, but it's what we don't, what is hard is to predict what happens in sales tax, especially if there's a change in the economy. It changes sales tax revenue so quickly. And there are other things that are outside of our control, you're right, that are unpredictable. But that's one area where I think our department especially shines. So.
I love to be wrong when it's good.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, if I can, I gave some thank yous at the very beginning of this, but I think I forgot maybe the most important thank you, and that is to the public that has come out to support this process. We have had a lot of feedback. It's at the 3 hearings, we had, in the evening meeting, we had so many people, but also you're all receiving emails that help give you information about people's priorities. So I want to thank everybody for participating. Hope that as we get into next year's budget discussions, which will start early again, that the community will respond and help us all understand better what their priorities are. With that, thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Oops.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one more question, and I know that it won't be in this year's budget, but it's definitely something that I would like staff to look at for us to consider next time is in the forestry department. It was mentioned last week that we're 2,580 work orders behind, and especially in my district, I can speak for, we have a lot of aging trees that have been, needed to be slated to be removed for quite some time. And I would just like to see potentially what our options are. What does that look like to try to get caught up? Does that mean I know we're like 20 staff down and we have been for quite a while, but going out to the same house several times to clean up another limb from a windstorm for a tree that was supposed to be removed 2 years ago is not effective or efficient. So I'd like to take a deep dive into, of course, contracting it out is not my favorite thing to do. We have plenty of work for our own staff, but I do think it's important that we try to make that some type of initiative because it's a safety issue also.
Sure. We'll put something together. We'll have a lot of work to do this fall. We'll add that to the list of projects.
Sorry, kind of. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have further comments from the bench. Thank you. We will now start public comment regarding the proposed 2025 budget. Please come forward, state your name and your address.
Thank you, Mayor Wu. And hello this morning, this afternoon, to the City Council. My name is Elizabeth Bishop. My address is 8518 East Long Lake Street in Southeast Wichita. I'm here to represent the city's urban tree canopy. I recognize that this is late in the process, but a number of things have happened recently that have really been like blows to the effort to maintain and expand the tree canopy. We have been losing trees at an astounding rate for a number of years, and our mission is to expand the tree canopy on public lands, on business lands, corporate lands, and helping homeowners to expand our tree canopy. Budgeting is an ongoing process, and I know that there will be changes made and an examination of issues ongoing. We want to hold up trees. They reduce air pollution, They cool down the neighborhood by providing valuable shade, in some neighborhoods more than others. And that was the point of the NASA study that analyzed the heat islands in the city, and the park department fashioned a plan to begin to address that. And of course, partly because of budget considerations and a large part because of the drought, all that has come to a halt. We want to hold that up as something that we get back to as soon as we get rain over the Cheney Reservoir. They provide clean water because trees, grasses, and tree roots especially filter the toxins out of stormwater runoff. They affect the wildlife in our cities. And I have a few fun facts I'll run through really fast. More than 20% of the world's bird species live in cities. And the total population of birds in the world has been plummeting ever since 1970. An acre of trees produces enough oxygen for 18 people every single day. One healthy tree can store 13 pounds of carbon annually. Trees providing shade to buildings can reduce the need for air conditioning, thus saving energy. I know this has been a long process, and I have watched the city go about it extremely deliberatively and with great civic engagement, and I commend you for that. And I would also like to thank you for your service. I know that the Park Department Forestry Division is extremely valuable and does important work. I think one of the reasons you don't have more people come and talk with you about this is because we tend to take trees for granted. They're just there. We can't take them for granted much longer. We need help, and we would like to be partners, helpers. We would like to meet with any of you and discuss this further, and we need more attention paid to our city's valuable, economically valuable tree canopy. Thank you for your attention.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Elizabeth, for coming up. My former representative, Elizabeth Bishop. I hope Daryl's doing well at home. I agree. I mean, we had a nice momentum going, and then the drought just kind of slapped us upside the head here. So I think we fully intend to get back to doing the tree canopy, the plans. I know there's still plans for additional trees along the K-15 corridor, and the study that we're doing currently about redoing that corridor. So I think we're going to get back to pushing along on the tree canopy as soon as we possibly can. And I know Vice Mayor Ballard's been working on this too, some ideas as far as what to do with the saplings that we already have and we're waiting to plant. Can't really plant it right now. If we can't water them, they'll die. So we are very aware of the issues, and like I said, Maggie's doing a good job there trying to figure some things out with it, but we fully intend to get back to it as soon as we possibly can. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lori Mills, and I actually am not a resident of the city of Wichita. My address is 1418 Shelley Drive. It's in Mulvane, Kansas. But I'm here this morning representing my parish, which is St. Bartholomew's Parish, and it's located in southwest Wichita. And also representing Justice Together. And Justice Together, as you know, is a multi-faith justice ministry organization. It's made up of 36 congregations and faith organizations throughout the county, and it's united by its deep commitment to answering God's call to justice. The past year, the number of people experiencing homelessness in Sedgwick County slightly decreased, and it's standing now at somewhere around 691 individuals and families. Well, this is progress. There is a reality that is pretty grave, and that is that the number of deaths among our homeless brothers and sisters has quadrupled in recent years. And this isn't just a statistic, but this is a cry for help and a moral imperative for us all. In Micah chapter 6, verse 8, we are reminded of our duty to act justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with our God. Our faith calls us to be a beacon of justice and compassion, particularly for those who are the most vulnerable. And that is pretty much my job description as a deacon. At the recent Nehemiah Assembly, we celebrated the strong commitment from Mayor Wu and City Manager Layton, as well as county leaders, to address this pressing issue by supporting the proposed multi-agent center, or the MAC. However, in our recent discussions, we've learned that there's a shortfall in the projected budget for the multi-agency center. And we want you to know that we are truly grateful for the $500,000 annual commitment from the City of Wichita. This amount, though, falls short of meeting the full financial needs of the center. In Proverbs chapter 31, verses 8 through 9, we're instructed to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly, defend the rights of the poor and needy. And we believe that supporting the multi-agency center is a tangible way to heed this divine call, providing crucial support and dignity to those who are struggling. As both the City of Wichita and Sedgwick County government prepare to finalize their budgets for the coming year, we urge you to remember your commitment to a fully funded and operational multi-agency center. This is not merely an allocation of resources, but it is also a reflection of our collective values and our faith in action. We call upon you to demonstrate that Wichita's heart and soul are in alignment with the principles of justice and mercy. Let us come together to ensure that the multi-agency center becomes a full reality, a place where hope is renewed and lives are transformed. So I'd like to thank you all this morning for your attention, and I know you have a hard job, and we just appreciate your service and to the City of Wichita. But let's make this a more compassionate and just community for us all. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the Wichita City Council. My name is Reverend Jill Sander Chali. I'm the senior pastor at College Hill United Methodist Church. My church is a member of a faith community of the Justice Together group. I do live in Wichita. My address is 11105 East Funston Street, and my pronouns are she, her. So we come before you today inspired by our faith and committed to addressing this pressing moral issue within our community. As you've already heard, this past year, there has been a slight decrease in the number of people who are experiencing homelessness in Sedgwick County, just over that 691 individuals and families currently experiencing homelessness. However, the situation remains dire, and that decrease in numbers is not actually something to celebrate when we correlate it with that quadrupling in the number of deaths among those without homes. When I think of these numbers, that's really startling, right? These are more than statistics. They're a stark reminder of the urgent need for action and compassion. And it breaks my heart to think that we could distance ourselves from that number because unhoused people are human beings and their lives matter and their deaths matter. I'm a Christian, I'm a follower of Jesus, I'm also a teacher of Jesus's love and compassion. And my Christian faith teaches us that our actions should reflect our values. A scripture from Isaiah chapter 1, verse 17 instructs us to learn to do right, to seek justice, to defend the oppressed, to take up the cause of
the parent list to plead the case of the widow, and these words guide us to act with justice and mercy, particularly toward those who are most vulnerable. It is my faith that compels me to stand before you and to speak today. We are grateful that at the recent Nehemiah Assembly held by Justice Together, we were encouraged by the commitment from our city and county leaders to support the proposed multi-agency center, which we've heard a lot about today. And we know that what we're doing now is inadequate. I've heard that from you. I also know this personally. My congregation is located in an area where we often find unhoused people sleeping against our building, sleeping on the bench by our garden, and sleeping in the tunnel on our playground. And it's heartbreaking. We have already named that even with the commitments at the Nehemiah Assembly, we're facing a challenge of falling short of that goal of a fully funded multi-agency center. We are so grateful for the $500,000 that has been committed annually by the city of Wichita. And I do just want to name that we also know that's insufficient. And so I urge of you all as we approach the finalization of the city of Wichita and the Sedgwick County governments for the coming year to recognize how vital it is to close that gap, to stand with our unhoused population. I stand representing my congregation and also Justice Together, which is a large network of people of faith. And so we urge you to continue focusing on that commitment to fully fund the multi-agency center. I believe that by doing so, we affirm our shared values of compassion and justice, which transforms our budget into a powerful statement of our commitment to every member of our community, both the ones with houses and the ones without. So I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your dedication, for making Wichita a place where all individuals have the opportunity to find hope and support. We do look forward to continuing this conversation with you as a Justice Together organization and meeting on Thursday, September 12th at 10 a.m. to follow up about your commitment. God bless you, and God bless the work that you do to make our community a place where all find shelter and dignity. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. My name is Chad Langdon. I live at 6912 East Odessa Court, which is actually Bel Air, but I serve as the pastor of Christ Lutheran Church, which is on the north side, right across the street from Heights High School. I currently serve as the Secretary of Justice Together, and I'm here today representing the work that we do. Justice Together is a growing organization of nearly 40 different congregations of different faiths, but with the common value of loving our neighbors and working for justice on their behalf. Over the last year, we have been working hard to move the needle on justice for people with mental illness and for people who struggle with homelessness. Hundreds of people within our organization have worked very hard to make progress on these issues. As faith communities and as faith leaders, we feel like we are doing our part in the community, feeding, clothing, paying utility bills, caring for spiritual needs. We call these acts of mercy, and our congregations are equipped to do this work, and we do so faithfully, and we are on board. But there are things that we cannot do alone, that we as congregations and as people of faith do not have the power to do on our own. There are things that only you, our city leaders, can do, and that we have asked you to do as you represent us and our values on this council. On May 9th, just 3.5 months ago, 1,400 people from our congregations gathered together at Century 2 with community leaders, county leaders, some of you, including Mayor Wu, and to request some promises and commitments for a fully funded MAC. I was on stage when County Commissioner Ryan Beatty and Mayor Wu both agreed to fill the gaps and fully fund the operations of the multi-agency center for this coming year. I'm not sure what has changed in the last few months, but as an officer of justice together, I encourage you to think critically and imaginatively about this budget and about making good on the promises that you have made. This council has the power to fully fund the MAC. It may cost something, it may take money away from some other programs, or need to have revenue generated in some other ways that you have not been willing to do. But as a person of faith and representing other people of faith, we long to see our city value the lives of the most vulnerable among us, our neighbors, and make the multi-agency center a fully funded reality as promised. Thank you.
This will give a break from that. Hi, Twyla Purity. I live in Polo Club. I'm on the District 1 Advisory Board. And hey, congratulations, all of you. You got 2025 balanced. Well done. It's a lot of work. So my comments are really about the future and the future deficits that that the city is facing. You know, I made my career on some pretty simple concepts. You know, penny wise, pound foolish, take care of the small things, the big things take care of themselves. And so certainly our budget reality now is there's more community needs than there are resources. Like, we all know that. So one way then to maybe address that is appropriate management of the resources that we have, right? I would recommend and encourage a really digging in to see how things are being, how things within every department are being done. Are there things that have value or that no longer have value that are being done? So one of the concepts, and I may have mentioned it here before, if I have, it's a long time, entropy. It is a law of nature. So without continuous pressure, things will devolve to chaos. That happens, house cleaning, right? I mean, it happens everywhere. It happens every aspect of our life. And I found it in my businesses. You think things are in place and going well, and then good, well-intended people, it starts going out of the way and going out of the way, and you have to keep bringing pressure. Are we doing the things we're supposed to do? Is it being done the way we're supposed to do it? If you start digging into things, I'm confident you will find that there's things that are being done. Oh, we've always done it that way, but they no longer have value. This mindset of digging in and then also bringing everything back where it needs to be, it will result in savings because it does everywhere. It's worked for me throughout my entire career. And then that kind of brings me to then one area where you may want to think about, and that's contracting. You know, there have been some issues with contracts. You know, the ice rink comes to mind. Is there benefit in reviewing all of the contracts that the city currently has in place to make sure that they're in compliance? Is one idea. The WSU contract for the Citizens Review Board Strategic Plan. What was sold is one thing, what is happening is something entirely different. Now that could have been helped with stronger contracting language. Perhaps develop a checklist, if there isn't one, that every contract has terms, that there's consequences for non-compliance. Ideally, financial consequences, right? I mean, there's more money that's going to come in. So that's kind of the contracting thing. You guys have a lot to do. I hate that you're full-time or part-time and paid part-time. I don't know if there's any appetite for having city council be full-time, paid full-time. With so much work and the way the city's going and future deficits, it's something to consider. And then I just, on transparency, you know, we talk about the budget. There's a lot of community involvement. I've heard that. But there's areas that we're not be able to respond to, and those are things that are not transparent to the community. How much money does the city spend settling and defending lawsuits? I think that the citizens should know that and know that by department. The community I represent would like to know how much the city spends on defending and settling lawsuits against the police department. How much revenue is the city getting from civil asset forfeiture? For those who don't know, law enforcement can take your assets, cars, homes, money that they find if it's used in committing a crime. You don't have to be convicted, and those funds are very, very difficult to get back. So how much is the city gaining from that? I thank you. I appreciate every one of you. And I don't know, have a great rest of your day.
Good morning. My name is Lance Carithers. I'm a retired clergy. I'm one of those fortunate ones that has a Derby post office address, but live in Councilman Hoheisel's district. And I live at 3105 Sunflower Drive. I also represent Justice Together. Justice Together in May of this year brought 1,400 people of faith together, representing 55 houses of worship in our community. And I know Mayor Wu and Manager Layton, you met those 1,400 folks at Century 2 that evening in May. And it was then that we were bringing to light some of the most pressing problems that face our community. Problems that, if we don't address them, continue to devastate our community. We all, every one of us that live here, work here, we all are beneficiaries of tackling these great issues. And the greatest of these is the homelessness problem here in Wichita. We asked for and received commitments from Mayor Wu, City Manager Layton, as well as representatives from the County of Sedgwick County and the state to work collaboratively on a braided funding approach for the proposed MAC. And yet we learn there is still a significant gap, perhaps as much as $4.5 million, perhaps as little as $2 million. And while we are grateful for the $500,000 in operations that the city has earmarked for the operation of the MAC, we recognize that that still falls far short of bridging the financial gap that is needed to fully operationalize this critical center. There's been some comments today about how the hope is that in addition to public funds from the city and county, there might be private investment and investment from the faith community. Let me remind you that many of the direct services and support services that are offered in our community are already broadly financially supported by the faith communities of this city and this county. I'm talking about Lord's Diner, Open Door, Humankind. Some of those very agencies that you're looking at to perhaps be housed at the MAC are already funded by the faith communities in our city. And so we really are asking you to use your influence, your resources to help come up with a winnable solution to fully fund and make the multi-agency center operational. Thank you, and as one of my colleagues mentioned, we look forward to following up with you at our meeting that is scheduled on Thursday, September 12th. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marquita Atkins Woods.
I'm the founder and executive director of Destination Innovation, Inc. I didn't plan to speak today, but I think it's very important as a reminder. We always have this saying that Wichita is beautiful in all its parts. I sit on the House List Committee. I'm a board member of Harvester Arts. I'm a founder of the nonprofit that actually was a part of the lawsuit. Everything that we think about how we need to create healthier communities, how we need to create a healthier space for the youth in our community. I think that we should support the budget. When we talk about investment and divestment, we're still taking away from somebody. And usually it's our most vulnerable that we're taking it away from. In retrospect, when we take away from our most vulnerable, then you get the news articles about crime rates going up. Then you get the news rates, or you get this past article that talks about these new super criminals that are growing up, and they're talking about little kids. You get the negative things that start to happen. We have to be proactive instead of reactive to situations that are happening in our community. And we need to invest aggressively in our community. Wichita is beautiful in all its parts. And one thing I see from doing the work that I do in different facets, when it comes to arts, when it comes to social justice, when it comes to entrepreneurship, those skills are transferable. When you interrupt violence and you invest and you transfer those skills over, those same people reinvest in their community instead of reoffending. I've been a person that advocated for houseless because I've had youth that are transitioning out of this system that did not have a place to go and desperately looked for them to find housing. Do you know how hard that was? It is so imperative that we don't talk around the fact that we are in a critical time right now, not just in the city, but in this country. And it's super important that we start making the necessary investments and not be afraid, because one thing Wichita is resilient, and we will recover no matter what. When you invest in community, community reciprocates and invests back. And I have the saying that our youth are the most important investment we can make that yields the best returns. And I'll transfer that and say our community is one of the best investments we can make that will yield the best returns. So I hope you guys make the right decision and invest in our communities.
Hi, I'm Janine Shin. I reside at 1707 Floberta Street, and I am here on behalf of Arts Funding. I am glad that the 2025 budget is balanced, but going forward for the future of Wichita, we do need to do continued investment in the arts and culture of Wichita. I moved here in 2017 to go to college at WSU. I didn't know what I was going to do after college, but all of the opportunities afforded to me by the vibrant arts community of Wichita enabled me to continue to stay here and see a future for myself. If arts is divested in Wichita, people like me, you'll be seeing us move and leave and go to other places where arts is heavily invested in and supported by the community. I'm a city employee with City Arts. I work for Harvester Arts and the Kansas Health Foundation. Artists are working, and we heavily contribute to our economy, the vibrancy of the city, and I think that the continued investment will benefit the future of Wichita as a whole. Thank you.
Good morning, Coach Tracy, CHD Boxing Club, 2505 East 9th Street. Conditioned heart discipline is what CHD stands for. Couple of things struck me. My understanding is that the city and county is not on the same wavelength when it comes down to the MAC. And if I'm not mistaken, that's what I heard. What is bridging? What's stopping you all from? So I have really three questions. What's stopping you all from bridging that gap to work together, collaboratively? Because that's what I heard when campaigning was going around. And two, I heard pickleball was allocated $8 million, and now some funds is being allocated towards the MAC. If I'm not mistaken, I heard that. What's stopping the full $8 million from being allocated for the MAC? Because the last I checked, pickleball is not really affecting the houseless community. First of all, I deal with houseless communities directly. As far as the minimum I can do is provide something of substance to them to eat, perhaps some shelter or something like that. So it's something that touches me near and dear. On the 9th and Grove area, I see many houseless people. And I was concerned when I heard $8 million pickleball South Lake. I've been in that area, and it's a vast area. It has a lot of land and space. And my concern is the $8 million for that, and how does it get shifted all the way to $8 million towards the MAC? I see pickleball being able to be picked up later in the future, but as far as right now, there's going to be a need for the houseless community to have places to get out of the rain, the snow, the wind. Right now, today, it's raining outside, maybe, but it was raining earlier. And I just want to understand, did I hear correctly when I heard the city and the county is not collaborating on this? That's a question I would really like answered. Maybe I misheard it, maybe it was misspoken, and that $8 million that's supposed to be allocated for the pickleball, how much is that going to be shifted over to this MAC?
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Coach Tracy. I'll answer your questions very quickly. Us at this council and the county are working very well together, working collaboratively, and there's buy-in from the county and the city. Every single person up here, every single county commissioner is committed to this, and we're all moving in the same direction. To answer your second question regarding pickleball allocation, the $6 million that was directed towards pickleball has been fully allocated towards investment in the MAC. And so that was a commitment of this council to prioritize the multi-agency center over the pickleball or the proposed pickleball complex. And so all $6 million has been advocated over. So 2 quick answers to 2 quick questions.
Thank you.
Are there any further comments from the public? I see none. We will close public comment and bring it back to the bench. Oh, did you? Okay, we will bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I've appreciated the discussion and meeting with all my colleagues over the last couple weeks, especially through all the work that we've done for this. I believe that we should get a running start on addressing some of the pending deficits that we're facing, but I also believe that we shouldn't be cutting from essential services. I don't believe we should be cutting service levels that we're providing the community, but I do believe there's ways that we can find efficiencies in government and that we can recoup some cost recovery without hurting service levels, and I believe that is committed to centralizing certain services in the city and also innovating. And this doesn't provide any drastic cuts. This doesn't provide any service level cuts. And I want to thank staff for presenting different options that we could accelerate implementation. Some of these are things that we're looking at implementing in 26, 27, and 28. We're just accelerating those to reflect those in the budget. I think that's good governance. This still allows us to capture the full revenue neutral increase. And I believe that we could use some of those cost savings to set ourselves up better for 26, 27, and 28. I know every person on this council, I spent hours and hours and hours reading through the budget of more than 600 pages and going line item by line item. And I don't believe that there is vast waste in city government. I believe that we are spending money effectively and appropriately, but I believe there's also efficiencies that we can do, just like any level of government and really any system. And I think Twyla had mentioned that as well, that there are efficiencies that can happen, but we're not wasting money at City Hall. I think we're, through staff and through the manager's leadership, are spending money efficiently, but I think we can do a little bit better as well. So I know I've talked to all my colleagues about this, so I'm not springing anything on, but I believe that there's cost savings that we can universally agree between 2.5 and 3 million that, again, is not hurting service levels. So I'll go line item by line item on some of those items. But to preface that, I believe that the savings from these following items, and this will be my subsequent motion at some point, that the identified savings would be allocated to a transfer of capital project line items to reduce future borrowing needs and set ourselves up better for the future, and including the transfer of $700,000 to an electronic timekeeping system, which is going to better set us up for 27, 28, or 26, 27, and 28. So I'll go line item by line item. I know I've hopefully not springing anything on you, so I will go kind of list by list. And I know this is for the packet, but I'll say it to the public too. So there's item 2, and in terms of acceleration of implementation items. Number 2 was naming rights at parks and cultural facilities, which would be a cost savings of $500,000. This is not naming every single park or every single facility in the city. This actually is projected in 26, 27, 28 to be $500,000, $500,000, $500,000. And so this is just accelerating in 2025 that we can find $500,000 worth of naming rights, which I think is possible when you're looking at a combined over the next 4 years of $2 million. So with that, actually, this might be a more efficient way of doing this, and then we can go item by item. What I'll do is I'll make a motion for all of these, and if there is a substitute motion to remove certain ones, then we could do line item by line item. And so I'll have two different ones. There's the Tier 1 and Tier 2 concepts, which is one category, and there's Tier 3 concepts, which is another category. Those will be 2 separate motions. So I'll do Tier 1 and Tier 2 in terms of a motion. If there's a subsequent motion to remove things, then we could vote on bulk, and then I will be happy to remove line item by line item, if that makes sense. You want to just go, okay, I'm happy to do line item by line item. So let's do item 2 first, which is $500,000 in terms of cost recovery for naming rights at parks and cultural facilities, and move up the implementation from 26 to 25. With a
Second.
motion.
So we have a motion and a second for item number 2. Oh, we have questions now. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not necessarily against this, but we still haven't met with the group that we have taken a look at this. So my thought on this one is, I'm not against it, and we can bring it back because I believe we rescheduled the meetings for later this month. So I would just like to see exactly what the proposals are and how we can work within it before we necessarily get going on this one. But I support it in general. I just want to make sure, a few things like, City of Wichita, provided by Carl's Jr., we need to avoid that the best we can. And so without the details, I would just ask that we pause that for just a little.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I was going to ask the same thing. I didn't know if we could implement it by 2025 because we, haven't even had the opportunity to meet with the consultant and things. And then I have another question to add on to that. Many of the items that we're going to be discussing are things that we are going to cut. This is one of the rare ones that it's something that we're going to add. And after working for a long time to develop a robust relationship with Shields, I was able to secure the Shields Stryker Multi-Sports Complex. $500,000 a year, every year for 4 years is ambitious, and I hope we can do it. What if we don't? Then we have to go back and consider what we're going to cut. Is there, I'm assuming there's thought to that, but that's certainly, this item, worries is too strong of a word, but it's not like something you're cutting. You're anticipating you're going to get revenue that you can't guarantee you're going to get. So Bob, I'd love to answer those 2 questions. Thank you.
Mayor. Ongoing, I understand the concern, and that's something we'll have to adjust as we go forward. However, in 2025, it's been pointed out from the bench, I think we're going to miss an opportunity with the ice center if we don't get additional sponsorship in advance of the Nationals, because that will be the practice facility. I think we have a rare opportunity to sell that space. I'm not quite sure what the objection is to Carl's Jr., because I'm all for that. But I do believe that we can get $500,000 in 2025 in a way that the council would be comfortable. I think as we go forward, maybe, the council will have to provide us guidance on what's appropriate on what kind of facilities, what kind of guidelines do we want. The consultants are very familiar with that, and if you, for some reason, say you want to go forward with another consultant, I still believe this is the right thing to do. We're talking about being innovative, trying to get additional revenue sources that don't put a burden on property taxpayers. Again, I think Stryker is a great example of, it takes a lot of hard work, and that's why we want to bring somebody in who knows how to package sponsorships, because it's not necessarily one facility. You may offer something that crosses over multiple facilities, and the sponsor wants to have that exposure in 3 or 4 city-owned buildings. So it's a package. It may be tougher in the later years, but I think in the first year or two, there are, I think, a lot of opportunities that would not make the council uncomfortable or the public uncomfortable.
Again, it's ambitious, and I like that. And you and I have talked about this, and as we get with the consultant, I do want to just make sure that as we're seeking new partnerships and new folks to help with our initiatives, that we make sure that we have an escape clause, just in case the naming opportunity needs to cease. And that'll get in the weeds later. But thank you.
I will add a follow-up direction before I continue. Again, we have not met with the proposed company, but I'm going to actually challenge staff to look beyond just that one contractor. I think Councilmember Tuttle just brought up a really great example. She worked really hard to develop a relationship with Shields. I don't think she got a commission out of that. So she helped develop a relationship. And so I think that there might be opportunities even before we sign a contract with any company to see what opportunities there may be. As we just mentioned, this is a rare opportunity that U.S. figure skating is coming in January, and we're not selling off the building. It's the naming right. So again, we're not selling off anything. So I would challenge staff to also consider other options beyond just signing a contract with a group.
Again, we're open to the methodology. I will point out that naming rights are not always easy. We still have a ballpark that doesn't have naming rights, and they've been working diligently for 3 years in order to sell those naming rights. And so I think there is going to be professional expertise we need at some point, but I'm not asking you to approve the concept. I'm asking you to approve the concept, not necessarily the way that we'll get there. We do believe that there's an opportunity for additional revenue here.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. So if we did vote for this today and we did allow this today, what would be the process? Would the naming rights have to come before council? Because some of them I don't think would be appropriate, like we indicated earlier. Also, I see some places like Cowtown on the list. That may not be something that makes sense, or it has to be tastefully done, I guess I would say, if we do pursue that. So if we did vote for this today, any naming rights would come before us for approval.
That is correct, but I would remind you, worst case scenario, we don't realize the 500,000 and we have less money we transfer to projects. It's, again, this is to get a running start for the 25 or the 26 budget with savings in 25. But yes, the council will have ultimate authority on how we approach this and what the naming rights will be for buildings.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I didn't press my button fast enough, but I just wanted to suggest maybe you'd be more comfortable with what a facility sponsored by Whataburger.
If Pat Mahomes is okay with it, yeah, we'll.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I see that it says in our little packet for private sector partners, I like the idea of naming places after people that have done great things. I know this is a little bit more difficult to get maybe a financial contribution or whatever, but is it just strictly for businesses?
That's a great question for the consultant. I
Okay.
think they can package it any way.
I just want to make sure we're
Yeah.
not I want it to be equal opportunity for everybody and not just who has the deepest pockets, so.
Okay.
If we could make sure that we include everybody, that would be great. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second regarding, again, just approval of the concept, not the contract, regarding naming rights at parks and cultural facilities. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry you're going to get tired of me talking today. Item 3 is planning cost recovery, which is projected at $25,000. In 26, 27, and 28, it actually is $150,000. So this is kind of a stair-step model towards cost recovery. And this would be planning service receives revenues for services when applications are filed. And so this would just be an increase in revenues that reduces subsidy required from the city of Wichita and Sedgwick County for these fees. We believe the annual increases would bolster cost recovery. So with that motion, $25,000 to be projected in the 25 to 26 proposed budget.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is for animal control dog licensing. This is as a result of the council's decision last week to, regarding licensing requirements for animal control, that this would increase revenues from that projected at $80,000. Again, 26, 27, 28 is projecting a higher amount at $162,000. So this would be stair-stepping into our budget model. So with a motion that we reallocate the $80,000 and believe that's increased revenues for Tier 1 and Tier 2 for 2025, 2026 proposed budget.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 5 is accounts payable, centralize and automate the process, and that is at an estimated of $70,000. If we look, the purpose of the accounts payable will make payments to vendors, and it just has to do with making sure that the process is centralized. So with the motion to include that in the 2025-2026 proposed budget.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 7 is Public Works and Utilities Fleet Evaluate Vehicles and Maintenance Approach at $150,000. Again, 26, 27, 28 is projected at $300,000, and so this is to stair-step us into that. In terms of justification for that, the quote that I'm going to take out from staff's recommendation is that reducing the size of the fleet for these operations to match staffing levels would reduce this cost. So move to implement that in the 2025-2026 proposed budget.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. What all fleet are we talking about here? I don't think we're talking about first responders. I want to double check and make sure that's the case. So what's the rest of the fleet that we're looking at here?
We're primarily looking at the maintenance operations that have been short-staffed for a period of time and determining whether or not we're oversized with our fleet right now. It's going to take some analysis. That's why The 300,000 is out in the future while we do the study this year, but we believe that there's kind of some low-hanging fruit on vehicles in our primarily public works that we believe can be, that are no longer needed or that we don't use on a regular basis in our operations.
So that's 300,000 for 26?
26, it's 150 in 2025, and we're pretty confident on that. The 300, we won't know until we do a more detailed study.
When's that study coming out?
It'll be this fall. So most of these that are being offered in 25 are the start before we do the detailed study work. And the idea was to get a running start on some of the things we believe we actually will realize in easy savings.
Okay, I guess I'd like to see the study before we move on this one. My own personal opinion, just to know exactly what we're looking at cutting. I know we have some tree removal vehicles. I want to make sure that's not on the list because we need to get moving after that. So my own personal opinion here, I'd like to just see what the study comes back and says as far as what we're cutting before we enact this one.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And I apologize if this is a silly question, but so it says, and I've read this several times because I'm still trying to completely understand it, but it says for maintenance of fleet, right? So we're going to save $150,000 next year by not maintaining some of our fleet. So or is the cost
or shedding some of the fleet?
Or that's what
Right,
I was going to ask.
right,
Or is it sale of some of the fleet?
Right, and when
Because
we
it
get-
doesn't make any sense to me to just kind of shutter vehicles or part of our fleet in a building and just leave them there.
Well, actually, you could do some of that because,
Okay.
I mean, if, let's say we're 20% down in a maintenance operation, but at some point we think we're going to ramp back up, we could mothball the vehicles. And then basically all you're doing is just keeping them so that, they're not just completely.
So we're keeping them operational.
Correct.
So it's not zero maintenance, it's a reduced maintenance.
Correct.
I do have a bit of a concern too about, do we do the study first and then decide how to move forward? Because potentially with the study, we could even find there's more cost savings. I mean, I don't know that until we see it. So, yeah, I can see the benefits of both. Bob, you were going to make a comment?
You may be also seeing shifting. I mean, we've talked about an ongoing concern about hiring trained staff in forestry. It may be that at some point we have to recognize that in order to meet the forestry burden, maintenance burden, that we're going to have to do a mix of city crews and contract. And so you would free up dollars from equipment and the vacant positions to be able to then supplement some of that. So you could have some savings and some just shifting of resources in order to get the work done.
Okay. And, Gary Jansen's doing such an amazing job as Public Works Director. We may fill all of those positions in the near future, right? That's our hope.
We have a motion, and I will second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 5-2. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 8 is Century 2, reduce the subsidy of Century 2 of $100,000. For context, the subsidy for Century 2 has decreased. Its management of the facility was transitioned to an outside provider, which we've seen success in. And so the subsidy is expected to be lowered in 2025 and 2024. So part of the 2025 26 proposed budget is to accelerate the implementation that we're projecting 100,000 savings in 26, 27, 28.
Second. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. We have a motion and a second. I have a question for City Manager Layton. Can you also talk about the CIP investments that we're already putting into Century 2?
So we have about $10 million, I believe, in capital projects that are earmarked for improvements at Century 2, upgrades. Plus, we have the $3.5 million for the promenade to help, again, encourage more convention business.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is number 9, finance accounts receivable improvements, just improvements to the system. 25,000 projected in 2026, 27, 28. It's actually 100,000 each subsequent year and increasing slightly. So this would be 25,000 to accelerate some of those cost savings. With a motion, sorry.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Like item number 8, the next one would be ice rink, reduce the subsidy, 100,000, again, projected in 26, 27, 28. There's also 100,000 due to effective management of the system as well.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, what goes into the subsidy? What do they normally use it on? Is it just operating costs?
It's to offset any deficit that they have. And remember, we had pretty extensive discussion with them regarding their projections going forward, and they are projecting to get into the black.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager Layton also have the question about CIP regarding the ICE Center. Can you explain that too?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor. We do have improvements included in the CIP for the ICE Center. If you bear with me, I'll identify them here. I think they're in the out years, and I think they're fairly sizable. It looks like we have in I don't have my ruler with me here. Mayor, if I could get back to you in just 1 second. Let me get my ruler out and I'll see if I can find them here.
Would that be listed under project listing for the Wichita? There we go. Thank you.
It's under W for Wichita Ice Center, not I for ice rink. My mistake. Yes, ma'am. Looks like we have a grand total of about $2.3 million. Now, it is in the out years. It's scheduled in 2033 to 2034, but we do have a fairly sizable amount there to handle our maintenance needs.
I will second. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I had for Tier 1 and Tier 2 concepts included in the proposed budget. So between all of those votes, we just looked at about a $1,050,000 in savings that we can redirect towards also the timekeeping aspect that we're going to look at, which is $700,000 a second. So moving on, it's a few pages after this is concepts not currently included in the 2025 proposed budget, Tier 3B, as recommended by staff. Number 11 is municipal court process improvements at $125,000 cost savings. We look at 2026, 27, and 28, and each one of those is actually projected at $250,000. The justification for this is though a new court record system has been implemented, the process for entering documents have not been. And so we believe that there's a cost savings of about $125,000 to be seen in the 2025-2026 proposed budget. So with a motion to include that.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Apparently getting up at 5:30 and going for a long bike ride and drinking a lot of water is not a good thing. Would it be possible I vote affirmative on the last vote? Is that appropriate?
I think council, the mayor can recognize that vote in your discretion. If you choose to, Mayor, that's fine.
I will recognize that vote in the affirmative, so it is now 7-0.
Thank you.
I will second that motion. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I promise I'm almost done. There's only a few more. Item 17 is facilities maintain existing staff levels and in facilities maintenance, that's 350,000 projected savings. 26, 27, 28 is actually 925,000. I think there's somewhat misleading in terms of the title that this isn't current existing staffing levels because that's projected further out. Manager Layton, could you give some clarification?
Mayor, if I could, items 17, 20, and 22 all have the same concept, and that is we've been running about 20% vacancy rate in all of these maintenance operations. This just simply recognizes that it's going to be hard to fill all of those positions in 2025. We're going to study later this year what the right sizing for those maintenance operations should be. But this is not a deliberate attempt to try to eliminate positions, freeze positions necessarily. This is just recognizing that it's an uphill battle to try to get to full staffing. So while we're doing this study, it'll be difficult for us to be able to fill these positions. So it recognizes that savings, that planned savings.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'd just like to voice, I'd like to see the positions that we're freezing or eliminating before I vote on this one. Recognizing that, yeah, there's.
Again, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
We're not eliminating or freezing any positions. We're just not able to fill these positions at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, you will get a much more detailed review and analysis when we do our study of each of these operations to determine what's realistic in the future in terms of how we should staff what we may have to reclassify positions. I have no idea what it'll look like.
Okay, let me rephrase, I guess, then. Eliminating the open positions we have. I'd like to necessarily see that list before we move on this one totally.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I'm kind of thinking along the same lines. And one of my questions was, unless I misunderstood, and again, please correct me when I'm wrong, that we said, for example, with forestry, that maybe there could be some sort of hybrid method where we have our staff, but then we contract with outside vendors to help us, correct? Did I totally mess that up, or is that what was said?
That will be part of the study.
Okay, so then the money that we would use to pay for a contractor, an outside contractor, would be redirected from money that's allocated to staff to that. So there really wouldn't be a savings. It would just be a different, instead of it being our own internal staff, it would be a contractual basis with an outside vendor.
It's a more complicated analysis than that because we're going to look at outcomes. You know, we've been at this vacancy rate for multiple years. And so the question is, what are the desired outcomes and service levels? And this is the perfect time to look at it since we're having difficulty filling those positions. So that will be part of the long-term study. I'm just saying short-term, we're probably not going to make that decision on making the pivot to a public-private match until after we've gone through a much more exhaustive search. So all we were offering is what we know is going to be savings because we're not going to be able to fully fill all the positions. Doesn't mean we won't fill half of them, but we just aren't getting qualified candidates for the way we're set up today.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Theoretically, even if we fill half of them, we're not even looking at half in terms of projected budget in 26. So even if we fill half of the vacant positions, there's still the cost savings here.
That's correct. And again, if something happens and we're successful in filling more positions and we believe there's a need to do that, it reduces the amount of money being transferred to projects in 2025 to help reduce the budget.
I will second that. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Madam Clerk, Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. The item number 20 is the exact same, just in terms of park maintenance as the last one of facilities, but it's the exact same. It's actually the title on page 20 is misleading. It says maintain existing service levels. It should be maintain existing staffing levels, similar to what 17 is, but just in a different department. This is only 250,000 out of what projected in 26, 27, 28 of 1.5 million. So this is not even half. This is significantly less than that.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? See none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 22, Public Works and Utilities. Street maintenance, maintain existing staffing levels, the exact same as the past two motions. This is a $650,000 cost savings when in 26, 27, 28, we're actually looking at $1,720,000. So again, significantly less than half.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Only two more to go. Item 24 is actually very different, so I'm just going to have the manager speak to it. I think there's maybe some misconceptions at the previous meeting. So manager, will you talk about the health insurance plan redesign, that this actually is just a cost savings we're going to realize anyway?
Yes, Mayor. That's correct. I think the title is not appropriate for the 2025 category. The 2025 budget that we presented to you today showed a 6% increase in health insurance. We just recently met with our health insurance consultant. They've received bids and will actually come in at 5%. No change in benefits, no change in our plan at all. We're just because of our the provider that we're using, as well as our loss history, we have a more favorable loss history for this past year, so we'll have a 5% rate. That's good for us, and it's also good for our employees because their increases will be smaller than anticipated for next year.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you for that information. And I specifically, this is one of the items that I was the most concerned about. The 3,100 employees within our organization are the backbone of the city of Wichita as a municipality, and certainly for police and fire and public works and libraries and all of the organizations across our great city of Wichita. One question that I did hear from some staff is that they feel, and I'm asking Bob, to maybe dispel the myth or provide more context, that the health benefits are not the same, and that specifically the mental health benefits are not the same and not covered. So I don't know if that's just, then those are anecdotal stories that I've heard people say, so I was just curious. And yeah.
I'm not sure. There may be different interpretations. I don't believe we changed any major elements of the plan document when we switched providers. I do know that we introduced some more discounts on generic drugs. Mark, I can't remember. There's some other things that we entered into that save both the employee and the city money, but they're not significant changes in the plan that I'm aware of. Now, again, doesn't mean there isn't some interpretation issue as claims are filed, and that happens every time we change a provider. We don't necessarily change the plan, but it's interpreted differently at times. We have to work through those details.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we, reassure our employees. But we know we can't be competitive with salary to the private sector, so benefits is one of the ways that we can help attract and retain our employees. And just want to make sure that our employees rest assured that we have their best interests. We're trying everything that we can through a good benefit package design to make sure that their needs are being met. So no cuts are going to be taking place for employee health insurance benefits.
Not under this item. That's not anticipated at all.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you. I would just like to echo Councilmember Tuttle. I've heard the same thing about mental health, and I want to make sure that our employees are able to go and get the services that they need. So we can, even if it doesn't have anything to do with this specific line item, it's just a good opportunity to make sure that we're able to take care of our own as well.
Having heard from City Manager Layton, again, one more reiteration to that message. There are no changes to the benefits to the 3,000 plus employees. Again, we understand and value our 3,000 plus City of Wichita workers, not just through wages, but also through benefits that are paid for, again, by taxpayers. So again, we're just trying to be mindful that we are wanting to be respectful of how to capture dollars that will not change services for employees, but how we can try to recover some costs through realizations of the budget. So thank you again. I will second that. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Councilmember Glasscock?
Thank you, Mayor. I only have one more in terms of this, and then I'll have a generic motion in terms of how to reallocate the savings that we have. Item number 34 is flattened organization, equitable management model. The cost savings realized is $250,000 in 2025, projected out to 26, 27, and 28. That's a savings of $864,000 and subsequently increasing after that. In justification of that, it's that there are around 130 positions in management level range. There's been a growth in these type of positions the past decade. And manager, would you like to talk a little bit more about this?
Thank you, Mayor. We had a deliberate initiative several years ago to collapse our organization and to right-size our middle management. What we found is that in downturns, we were quick to reduce field positions and not quick to do a corresponding reduction in management positions. So we were top-heavy as we did the analysis. So when we were in the recession, we did everything we could to protect, as much as possible, protect the field positions, and this is where we made some adjustments. What we found is since that time, there have been some additional positions, but we're also seeing a number of reclassifications. So positions are moving in through reclassification into middle management, taking on additional responsibilities. We want a chance to look at that, what's happened in the organization, to see if we're out of balance again. The initial thought is we may be a little bit, but at the same time, we don't want to stretch our middle managers so much that they're not effective in supervising our operations. So it's going to take some time to look at it, but we believe that we can achieve the $250,000 savings in '25 through an initial review, which we'll conduct this fall.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you have any of the information already as far as positions that might be identified?
Mark, do you want to?
Councilmember Hoheisel. Councilmember, I'm sorry. I'm going to learn to pronounce your name while you're still here. Councilmember Mike. Yes, sir. We constantly review our management structure. As the manager mentioned, we're aware that it's evolves over time. We're aware of some departments that we look at ratios. Some of the department ratios are a little out of whack. We haven't specifically identified any positions yet. As the manager said, we'd like to study that, but we are aware of some areas where we may be a little out of alignment with what we've traditionally been and with what peer are. So.
Okay, so this will be another study that'll come before us again later. Will we have to pass this again, vote on this again to eliminate those positions, or is it just a budgetary administrative thing?
More than likely, positions that we identify, we just wouldn't fill, and then we would eliminate them the next year in the budget cycle, and we would have already captured the savings based on the action that you're taking today. So,
if those positions still go unfilled anyways, we'll still realize those savings, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, again, I feel like this is putting the cart before the horse. I'd like to see what we're voting on and see what positions we're cutting before we necessarily vote on it. So, again, my perspective here.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. This happens in every organization. Through the growth of an organization, it's just natural tendencies to add middle managers. And you'll hear it a lot in private industry as restructuring. I think there's always some low-hanging fruit you can identify just immediately, and the rest of it you need to study. So I think this is the low-hanging fruit. I'm very much in favor of it. Thank you.
I will second it. So motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. With a final motion, and I'm appreciative of all my colleagues, collectively, unanimously, we just realized about $800,000 in savings in the 2025 budget. And even though not unanimously, we just realized about $3 million $50,000 in the budget, which I think is a huge step towards efficiency in government, again, without cutting any service to the general public. And so I'm very appreciative of all my colleagues on that. So with that, I move that the savings from the following items discussed would be included in the 2025 budget, and that the identified savings be allocated to a transfer to capital projects line item and to reduce future borrowing needs, including the transfer of $700,000 to an electronic timekeeping system to better prepare us for 26, 27, and 28.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Does anyone want to bring any further changes to the 2025 proposed budget? Councilmember Glasscock.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I have one last one that I think we'll probably have robust discussion. In talking to my colleagues, I've tried to work on a compromise solution for our Dirt Streets program for the city. And so I know that we had discussion about this previously. I imagine we're going to have a little bit more discussion. But the staff's recommendation is that by reallocating a portion of the Dirt Streets program, we could pave more than 14,000 lane miles, or rehabilitate more than 14,000 lane miles, which is pretty substantial for our community. But I also want to protect parts of the program that I think are very effective and that are wise, good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And so that is $4,289,765. That would pave every dirt street in the vicinity of schools. That would be completed by 2026. I also think, talking with my colleagues, that there's another addition that I would be interested in making too, is that I've talked to individuals who live on dirt streets that want to continue to live on dirt streets. And what I think would be a good solution, and I think that there's will from this body, is that there's a petition to be added to the Dirt Streets program. So we would maintain the $4,289,000 and some change to pave around dirt streets. In addition to that, residents could petition to be added to the Dirt Streets program. And seeing that there's sometimes that one neighbor may be difficult, that it would only take 80% of the residents to sign a petition to be added to this program, so that people could voluntarily enter this. I think that would put the impediments on us from this bench as well, that if there are dirt streets in the city that we hear concerns about, that we empower residents to be able to petition the city council to be added to the program. So I want to hear discussion before I make a motion, so I'll hold on my motion, but I want to hear discussion first.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. That 17,000, was that with the long-term plan? That was, I think, 20, Gary, I think you might want to go ahead and start stepping up here, sir. Was that the long-term plan, the first plan that we saw? How many years out was that first plan that we looked at?
Mayor and council members, Gary Jansen. So the reference to the 14,000 additional lane mile years, that's remaining actual service life. That is actually through 2062. That's a projection of our 40-year model for our entire pavement network. And that includes the amount of funding that's in the Dirt Street program moving into the OP3. That's the added benefit. Our estimate for at least the first 10 years of the CIP is if that funding were to be as part of the OP3, we would add about 100 lane miles a year that we could treat above and beyond what the program does now.
And treat, when you talk about treat, what are you looking at? That's not repaving.
It's not. It would still be all a part of that same decision support tool. Everything that's considered with the overall network, based on 60% preservation, 40% mitigation, funding that's in there for concrete streets. We can't fully predict. We just know, based on averages over the years, that amount of funding would allow us to do something to an additional 100 lane miles per year. It's all going to depend on what we need at that point in time and what the model projects.
Okay, so yeah, just make sure it's clear. It's not repaving people's roads or anything like that.
No, it's not.
Okay, We currently have an opt-out on a dirt road program, right? Like if people are living along the side of the road don't want their road paved, there's an opt-out process for it?
I don't believe that we ever formalized that when this program was approved. We had talked about that. I don't know that the state statute, it probably helps us in that regard because it is set up for those who want to have their streets paved. But I think that's something we haven't come to yet. I do remember that discussion. I don't recall that we ever perfected that or what that might look like.
Okay, appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you, Councilmember Glasscock, trying to think of a way to kind of alter the program but still keep it within the means. Personally, I think this is a commitment that we have made to the community, and I know that we've all talked about this, but just for the people in the audience, we have 5,234 paved lane miles, and 154 of those are still unpaved. And District 6, which is what I represent, has about 40% of the unpaved roads in the city. So I have 62.8 miles of dirt streets, and I represent the core, the middle of the city. And it still just blows my mind that we still have that many dirt roads, especially in the middle of the city. So it's a big deal to me. It's a big deal to my district, my constituents. We know that it's expensive, but I believe that it's a quality of life issue, and everybody deserves to live on a paved street, unless they opt out, I suppose. I haven't heard of anybody personally in my district that doesn't want a paved road. So those are just kind of my thoughts. I'll be curious to see where the rest of the conversation goes, but I absolutely believe that we've made a commitment, especially to the people that are now looking forward to getting their streets paved. And I think it's important for us to stand by our word.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I also want to thank Councilmember Glasscock for working toward compromise. My position is still that I think we maintain what we've agreed to with community. If we had to change, there would be some things I would support as far as neighborhood concrete roads, but I think from the planning that and people looking forward to getting their roads paved, that we should maintain our course of action.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Mayor, I'll propose my motion that we reallocate money from the Dirt Streets program with the exception of $4,289.65 that would complete the dirt streets in the vicinity of schools by the end of 2026, that the cost savings allocation would be redirected to the OP3 program with the understanding that individuals could petition to be added to the program, which would seek 80% of residents on a road to be added and petitioned to the program.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see Councilmember Tuttle.
Sorry, I'm probably just needing a break, but what was the last part of that? It was a very long motion, and I have to see it, so I'm sorry. Can you repeat and or explain the last part of that?
That residents could petition to be added to the program if they seek 80% of the residents that live within the dirt street.
So if we're redirecting the funds, let's say that I live on Tuttle Street. We'll say Tuttle Way. It's the Tuttle Way. And 80% of my folks come together and say, yep, we want this. Then where's the money come from? Because we're redirecting it to OP3.
Manager, how could we classify it where we would still allocate those that petition versus all of it being redirected to OP3?
We'd have to do some kind of deadline process so that we would pull it out of the OP3 to move it to the dirt street if they file a petition by a certain date. That way, we don't contract out and double count that money, which I think is your issue.
So then my follow-up question is, are we going to contact all the people who live on dirt streets and tell them that they have a deadline they have to meet to be able to be, because they may not, they wouldn't even, how would they even know that, right?
I think the body can say that from here, and we can let people know that that could be the program, but then I think it puts the impediments on every one of us individually to reach out to residents on dirt streets in our community and let them know about the program. And so for terms of a deadline, we could project the deadline. I would feel comfortable with it, that they would have by the end of 2026, when we complete the school program, to make a decision of whether or not they will move forward with the Dirt Streets program.
Follow-up question really quick to City Manager. How were individuals contacted when the previous body decided to do dirt streets? Was every resident contacted back then?
No, Mayor, I don't believe that we did. We would have to put a communication program together. Again, the council, I don't think the council policy is being changed in terms of eligibility for the program. And so the streets that are in 26, 27, 28 are based on income. And those areas that are most disadvantaged are the ones that are early on. If the council were to modify the program as is in this motion, I would anticipate that we'd want to do some communication to at least the first year or two worth of streets that were in our program, indicating that they would be eligible for this benefit if they submit a petition by a certain date. And I would probably like if you go in this direction, I'd want the opportunity to talk about what that date would be annually. Because I don't think you want somebody to sign up for 3 years from now.
I mean, I feel comfortable.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to agree with that last point, that a couple of years out is kind of tough for some people to follow along. They may not even live there. You may have a whole group of other people that live there by that point. So if that does go through, I feel like it's definitely got to be a moving date every year.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with that. So we can take out the dates out of the motion and then leave that to the discretion of staff. So I'll use that as a friendly amendment.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Council members. I'm going to bring up the CIP really quick. I want to bring attention to a few things that are very concerning to me. On page 68 of our CIP, in particular, is Pawnee Prairie Park facility improvements. I was told that the majority of this CIP, or what started this, was really because there was a lot of damage. That means vandalism and a lot of damage to the shelter. Can we please reiterate that these are investments that we as a council, whether past or current, do? Page 68 of the CIP. We make investments to the young people who were here, to the adults that are here, when we make improvements to parks. When they're vandalized, we have to find the dollars to repair. And I wanted to hear from City Manager Layton regarding some of these damages that have happened over the years that continue to put some of our rec centers and parks in the CIP.
Mayor, that's a really good point, and one that has been frustrating for us, especially the last few years. Significant vandalism and damage to, not in this case, but in others, to new investments. We've had damage at pools, at splash pads. Councilmember Hoheisel and I talked at the beginning of the season that we probably had a quarter to a third of our assets that were not operating, including 2 facilities, I think, in his district, because of vandalism and maintenance issues. And so it is an ongoing problem. We are putting in more security equipment, including cameras, and those will be monitored. And we're making sure we have the right equipment there. We already have done that in some facilities. I will tell you that Pawnee Prairie Park presents an unusual problem for us because it is out of the way. There isn't a lot of traffic there. And so we actually, Mayor, are looking at pivoting that project. Our police mounted unit is interested in moving to that area, and so we're going to continue to explore that. It may be that we wind up demolishing this facility that's been so hard to keep in any kind of condition that can be used, and we may wind up putting a stable facility there. That would be great because we'd have a police presence in a very large, our most significant park, and it is a park that accommodates equestrian use. And they think it would be great because they could do programming with youth in the community as well as not just have a stable operation there. So I think it could be a win-win. That doesn't mean that we don't have a problem there as we do in other facilities.
Can you also explain, right now in the CIP, just for 2025, we will make an investment of $6.7 million in Parks and Recreation, and one of those line items is actually the Park Master Plan. Can you again explain the reasoning behind a Park Master Plan as we move forward?
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a number of years since we've had an up-to-date Park Master Plan. We have all recognized that the last two plans did not fully account for our financial position going forward, and therefore created some expectations and some projects that were probably not going to be achievable. So we like to get what we would call a more realistic plan, one that also recognizes changes in the community and the way the community wants to receive services from us in park and recreation. And we want to be able to identify options. And that's the whole idea for the park board, the council, and the community to look at options and what our future park system should look like. And that's, right now we're working on a scope of services. The council will review that before it goes out on the street.
Which is why I'm supportive of a Park Master Plan. What concerns me is even on page 68 and 69, the parking lots will get, according to our CIP, $4.8 million. A lot of it is deferred maintenance. And we've had a robust conversation on just downtown parking, let alone parks parking. So we think it's really important to have a park master plan to really evaluate all of our assets, really have a realistic viewpoint of how our parks are doing, the assets, the buildings, the parking lots, the equipment, and then having again, back to the conversation about vandalism, reminding community that these are faithful investments that we make to community for quality of life, and we want people to take care of them. So again, I'm going to be supportive of the Park Master Plan CIP dollars. Councilmember Glasscock.
If there are no other comments, I'm happy to make a motion. Seeing if anybody pops up on the board, but that no one is legal. Jennifer, would you like me to read the recommended action as described on the back? Okay. So I move that the City Council, number 1, adopt the 2025 proposed budget with the adjustments considered by the City Council on August 13th, 2024, and today, August 20th, 2024, approve the second reading of the necessary budget ordinances, including those for the tax increment financing districts and the SMID. Number 2, approve amending the 2024 budget for the CID and TBID funds. Number 3, authorize staff to take the necessary steps to implement the budget, including budget adjustments, expenditure control levels, budget administration procedures and adjustments outlined in the agenda report, and to make any technical adjustments necessary to complete and submit the state certification forms. And number 4, adopt the 2025 to 2034 proposed capital improvement program with the adjustments considered by the City Council on August 13th, 2024, and August 20th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I will add a couple of comments before taking this vote, as I reiterate the same message that I did regarding the revenue neutral. I am really mindful that we have to respect and protect taxpayer dollars. Every council member on this council, as well as the 3,000 plus City of Wichita employees, are all paid for by taxpayer dollars. And so I really am very appreciative of the wonderful work of the City of Wichita staff. Finance has done a great job over the months, really years, in getting us to this position where we can have robust conversations about how to continue being efficient with taxpayer dollars. It's not about cutting, it's about being responsible. And I think what you saw was a lengthy process that required multiple votes, and you probably have not seen that in recent years, but it's so that we can have a true conversation about how to be more efficient with local government. And my commitment to our community has always been that I was going to be a watchful eye on the budget, on the dollars that taxpayers give us to utilize, whether it was in the seats over there as a reporter or now here in this seat as a mayor. I'm simply one person and one vote, so my one vote is what I'm responsible for. And having seen our council members here really talk through each of the multiple items to get us to a position where we know we're going to face a budget deficit in 2026, but how can we get into a better position so we're not having to cut staff? That's where we're wanting to be, because I do value all the individuals that do the hard work day in and day out in our community. But I'm also mindful of the individuals who may not be able to come to our city council meetings and share their voice. And their voice has told me that they have seen a lot of increases over the years. Inflation, the cost of repairing their homes to their property taxes, and they just don't want to see any more of it. But they also want to see similar services or same services or better quality services. So I think Twyla said it well. There are so many wants that our community has, but we only have so many limited dollars that we have to be very responsible with them. And so I know I'll be in the minority in this, but it does not reflect my gratitude to this council or to our finance staff and all of our City of Wichita staff members, because I will not be able to support this budget. As I said, I believe that we need to continue asking the tough questions so that we can get to a position where we don't have to come back and apologize to folks and say we can't continue raising the budget for this department or this department. We just, again, have to be mindful that they're not our dollars, they're taxpayer dollars. So, again, I'm very appreciative of this council. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, with the 2025 budget, it is balanced. So I'm just curious what would get you to yes to support the budget. I know that there were several cuts made today. I wasn't supportive of some of them. I just feel like it's a little early. And I'd like to learn more about the positions before cutting them. Our employees are our greatest asset, and I'm super appreciative of all of the tax dollars that we do receive. We do have some hard questions and hard decisions to make, but I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just curious, since we do have it balanced, and some of you have chosen to make some cuts moving forward, why you still wouldn't.
Thank you for that question, Vice Mayor Ballard. Again, I think I reiterated this message in the R&R. I would have been comfortable voting yes to exceed R&R if it was to keep up with inflation, which is what many of our families are doing, keeping up with inflation. in addition to knowing that we have new construction, and so that's new tax dollars coming into our role, I would want to capture all of that. But existing homeowners continue to have increases in taxes year in and year out. And so I have challenged staff to remind us that when we get a booklet like the 2025 proposed budget, it is only based off of a full capturing of the R&R. But I would have loved to see a budget that did not capture the full R&R, but captured some of the R&R. And I don't think I'm able to vote yes when I don't have all the options laid out. If I could have seen a budget that also showed an increase in the R&R, not by the full amount, but by some of the amount, capturing the new construction, capturing inflation, I would have been more comfortable voting yes, because I could give a reason back to our residents like Juanetta that I'm not trying to increase her taxes, but I'm trying to keep levels the same while also being mindful that the cost of doing business does keep going up. And so keeping up with inflation is something we need to be mindful of. So if I would have had two choices versus just one budget book that captured the full revenue neutral at its full amount of $12.4 million, I would have been more comfortable voting yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. You keep talking about 3% inflation. However, our employees were way behind the curve. We couldn't fill spots for Public Works. If we gave them a 3% raise, that still wouldn't fill the spots. So we gave them basically 8.5% this year and 8.5% next year for 17% to get them up to where we can fill those spots. So the inflation rate, and the fire department, police department, double-digit increases, just to get them up to where we can fill spots. Constantly, when I went door to door for the campaign, people said, we want more police officers on the street. That's what we want. We were not getting them with the pay that we were that we had. The pay for Quick Trip security officers was more than getting police officer. The pay at communities around us were more than the Wichita Police Department. Generally considering the Wichita Police Department is a harder job, a tougher job. So those pay increases are not 3%. They're double-digit increases. That's what we're accounting for at this budget. So I really don't understand. It is a balanced budget. I don't understand I'd like to hear some ideas what you would cut.
That's what I would challenge staff to provide. Prior to giving us just one book that realizes a full capturing of all of the $12.4 million, if we would have even captured 10 million, okay? We didn't even have those options. I want to see more options. I think you have heard me from this bench say, we should have recommendations from staff that are more than just one, just like the downtown parking plan. You ask for more options, so then we can have an informed decision moving forward. And we can say we choose A versus we choose B versus we choose C. But when I'm only given a choice A, and there has not been thoughtful, because again, it is a quick turnaround when we found out that in June, we were gonna face a $12 million deficit in 2026. We were able to reduce it down to just over $3 to $4 million for 2026. We have been doing the work, and I'm very appreciative, but it has required us to keep on challenging staff to say, please give us not just a balanced budget, but instead of capturing full amounts, give us other options too. And I think that that's what I'm asking. I'm asking for more options so that community can say, please choose A versus B. Because right now you don't even get to see A or B. You just get to see A. And so I think that community wants us to know, what are you giving up here to do this? Because there are limited dollars, and I am so grateful that community has emailed us saying, please put more money in A. Well, then where am I gonna get money to give more money to A? Well, I'll have to take it from B, but where is B? I need more options so community can see that we are making conscious decisions of how we're utilizing those dollars. And so that's where I would be more comfortable next year.
So what I hear you saying is you want to see a dollar amount. Do you want to cut the library by $500,000? Do you want to cut parks by $1 million? Do you want to cut police by 5 positions? Do you want to cut fire by 5 positions? Because we've already done the first and second one. Councilman Glasscock.
I think I've been
we've already
very
moved those
clear
ahead.
to this community that police, fire, and infrastructure are the core services of local government. Police and fire, I have already asked city manager not to touch. So if we're not going to touch those and we're going to save, we have to find other ways. Infrastructure, we've made nearly $1 billion in investment for a new water treatment plant and a new BNR plant. Both of those are critical for our community. They're not the most talked about from this bench, but they're the most critical. They're the core services of local government. Streets are core services, which is why I'm so appreciative that we were able to vote to help increase maintenance of streets in our community. So I believe that community has asked us to focus on those core services, make them better, so that we can have community members say, you're doing a great job on the things that you should be great at. And so I am not asking for reductions on core services of local government.
Well, you know that's 74% of the budget. So you've only got 26% of the budget to find $12 million. So libraries, parks, those type things. So, okay.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to highlight, I am supportive of this budget. There are some things that I may have done differently, but overall, this makes the investments necessary that I think we need to make as a community. And I hope that people begin to understand when we look at crime prevention, so much of the investment that we're making in this budget is that, whether it's the programming and opportunities from parks, the programming and opportunities from libraries, the help that our Housing and Community Services Department has, and especially from all the folks who continue to reach out to me with problems with their living situations, how much MABCD is important to our community. And that's just a few of our departments that we have as a city. Each of our departments is important, and when we look at those who have needs in our community, those who know me, I'm always one who cares about the working poor, middle class, and poor folk in our community. This city does serve them well. We can do better if we have more funds, and that's why I continue to talk about next year we need to look at an increase in the mill levy as we talk about multiple options. There isn't enough dollars that we have, it sounds like it, but as we continue to potentially make cuts to some of the programs that people believe are low-hanging fruit, we heard a speaker earlier in Marquita speak to what that really does for us long-term. When we look at crime prevention, we can point no further than the 90s, when the federal government funded weed and seed. And when that funding dried up and we weren't able to continue hiring the officers, when we didn't have the same type of community programs that were funded, then we began to see things change in this community. We have to have those opportunities for folks and for young folks as well. So I'm excited about the investments that we are looking to make, and hopefully this passes. But again, as we go forward, we're going to have to do more work. And as we talk about folks tightening budgets, I understand that. But many of the folks who are looking at tightening budgets also need a lot of help from this city. And if we don't have the ability to help them, then it's just going to get worse. We talk about inflation. We talk about revenue neutral. There's multiple taxing jurisdictions. So even if we were to do something different, folks are still going to be paying a little bit more. They need help. And we can help them. And I'm hoping that, as we continue to go forward, we look at ways that we can continue to improve that. But I think this budget right here will help support our staff, but we're going to have to make some tough decisions going forward. And one of those, and I'm going to keep saying it, is looking at a potential increase in our mill levy next year.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. As always, I want to thank staff for all your hard work. Thank the community who are involved in this. We've been working on this for 8 months. So, this has been a marathon. And during any portion of the last 8 months when we've had monthly workshops and meetings with staff, options could have been brought to the table. We can look at this budget any way we want to. We can make suggestions. I've asked Bob and Mark for different suggestions, time on their calendar to help me better understand things. That's an option for anyone. The community does a budget simulator where they get to look at the budget and say, I want a little more here and I want a little less here, and then how's that gonna all work out? And I've taken the budget simulator as a council member just to be able to understand the city process and to learn more myself. So I'm gonna be brave and vote for this budget today. I think the community deserves it. I echo the things that my colleagues have said regarding times are challenging right now, and I know people who use the library so that they can apply for a job and be gainfully employed and have a higher quality of life. I know people in this community who the only place they can take their kiddos for a vacation this summer was to our parks and splash pads. And so it means a lot to me that not only we tout public safety and infrastructure, which is crucially important, but for some in our community, other services that we provide are essential. So I will be supporting this budget today. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a little bit of my opinion, I guess, into this whole process, especially regarding R&R and not taking in the full amount. If you're working 40 hours a week and you're starting to have budget issues, the best plan is not to say, okay, I'm just going to work 37 hours a week and deal with the new budget that I have. So I hope going forward that we can continue to talk through this process. We got to be mindful of people's property taxes. That's always something that we should keep in mind as well. But I echo Councilmember Tuttle's thoughts that if economic development is one of our biggest challenges and biggest goals here, study after study comes back and talks about quality of life, attracting businesses to a city. So we need to make sure that we have a city that really reflects that, a great quality of life, and do what the best we can to keep cost of living down. So I am supportive of this budget. Again, it's never going to be perfect. You're never going to get a perfect budget when you even get two people together trying to figure it out, let alone seven, let alone a whole city. So I will be supportive of this as well.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Councilmember Glasscock.
Mayor, just with the second recommended action from legal, issue number 5, or item number 5, I move that we approve the use of local funds derived from property within the corporate limits for the Wichita State University Board of Trustees, the interlocal agreement between the city and the county.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I'm sorry, I probably pushed you. You can get a second and then I'll make a comment.
Second.
Motion and a second. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Due to a conflict of interest, I will be abstaining from this vote. And thank you to my colleagues for allowing this vote to be a separate vote.
I will ask a question of legal. Due to being a board member that does not get any dollars by one of the entities, which is WSU Tech, do I need to abstain from this vote? If so, I will do so. I'm not an employee of WSU Tech like Councilmember Tuttle.
That there is a disclosure form that you disclose substantial interests on, and that board membership is likely disclosed. The state does not define conflict of interest. Not receiving compensation. I don't believe you have a direct conflict.
Because I'm not gaining or any substantial financial gain by being a WSU Tech board member, I am allowed to vote, correct?
That's correct. I mean, I think with prudence and caution would be, as a board member, you could abstain, and maybe you should consider that just to be cautious.
City Manager.
Mayor, you're representing the city on that board, are you not?
Does that change?
Well, there are a number of you that serve on boards throughout the community that where you fill a seat for the city. Maybe at some point we'll need the law department to review that regarding matters that come forward. If you want to be prudent, the most prudent thing to do is abstain, and then we can sort through that because that is a question that should be resolved.
I agree. Staff, law, can you please draft up some verbiage where we can bring it back up to new council business regarding any of the 7 individuals that serve on boards so that we are not in conflict?
Absolutely, Mayor.
I will abstain from this vote as well. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 5-0 with 2 abstentions. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Amendments to Section 2.04.190 of the Code of the City of Wichita regarding City Council public agenda.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I would request that we consider taking just a short break so that we can maybe stand up and refresh, so that way these next agenda items that deserve our full attention receive them.
I agree with Councilmember Tuttle. May we take a 10 or 5-minute break according to Councilmember Glasscock? Anybody else?
How about 10?
10-minute break. We will return at 12:51.
as a request from the bench from a couple months ago. It would amend an ordinance adopted in 2008 that governs many of your meeting procedures. So currently, the city code allows 30 minutes for the beginning of city council meetings for public agenda on comments from the public. Individuals are provided 5 minutes to speak and must provide written requests 1 week in advance, and the slots are filled on a first-come, first-served basis. Currently, matters pertaining to personnel, quasi-judicial cases, litigation, and violations of laws and ordinance are excluded from this public agenda. The proposed amendment before you would allow requests to speak to be made 24 hours prior to the council meeting or by noon on Friday preceding a meeting if Monday is a holiday. The proposed amendment would adjust the portion of the meetings to 25 minutes and would allow for non-scheduled speakers to speak if the 25-minute limit has not been reached. This proposed amendment would also remove the restrictions of certain categories that were named before. The potential outcome of this ordinance, if approved, would likely allow more citizens potentially to speak on the public agenda portion of the meeting. This amendment does not affect the public comment on individual agenda items that come up through the meeting. This just talks about the public agenda portion of the meeting. This amendment would shorten the advance sign-up time, and the process would still operate on a first-come, first-served basis. So this item is for your consideration. Recommendation is for council to consider this proposed ordinance amendment. Happy to answer questions.
Jennifer, Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a great plan. I'm very supportive. I just have one quick question. Can we, and this might be a question for Jamie, collect names of those that are also speaking if they feel comfortable? Because there's sometimes I would like to follow up with presenters as well, but sometimes I don't have their contact information. So I don't know if that's possible. Maybe I don't think it has to be an ordinance change. It isn't possible. Maybe we have a sign-up sheet in the back if somebody wants to provide their information that we could do follow-up with.
Yeah, if that can be done, if maybe a sign-up sheet here at the bench or however you want to propose that could be done.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there still the 1 month length of time that you have to wait between scheduled speakers?
And this would seem to take that away if someone wants to just show up on an agenda. It's up to you whether you want to be firm on that or not, but I think you could allow people to still speak more often than 1 month, once per month.
So does this change it as far as people signing up, or is that only apply to people who show up at every meeting?
You know, it doesn't address that, so maybe we could consider that if you want. It does not address that currently.
Okay, I'd be interested to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that one. We just want to make sure that one or two or a certain couple of people aren't going to hijack this and make sure that everybody has a chance to have their voice heard.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Jamie, do you still receive the pieces of paper that we used to get with the packets that had like the phone number and all of that?
Yes, for the public agenda, they have to sign up for it. So we get their name, their phone number, email if they have it, if they want to give it to us. I can't make them due to First Amendment rights if they don't want to give it to me. But yes, we do still collect that for the public agenda portion.
So that would just be something that you could continue to pass to us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And my question, Jennifer, thank you for the presentation and your work on this. My question was along the line of Councilmember Hoheisel, where literally if I'm a very active and community member, I could go ahead and fill out 50 of these or, 49 meetings a year. So that's just a concern for me that we wouldn't get a wider scope of being able to hear. So could we say this new system, but still only once a month?
I mean, it does still say that in the ordinance, that no speaker shall be allowed to appear more frequently than once every fourth meeting. I mean, it does say that. I just think we can clarify
I
from the bench.
misunderstood. I thought you said that wasn't there.
Oh,
now,
it
so I'm
wasn't
so
addressed as a change. It wasn't addressed
Thank
as a
you.
change.
My bad.
No, I wasn't clear. And so I think we can just rely on that to say that it still does say no more than once per month, even if it is an unscheduled speaker. I think we can count that toward the once per month, if that's the will of the council and that's the direction you'd like to take.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you. Jennifer, quick question. Does this address being able to speak to consent items or council member items?
It does
Like
not.
council
It does
comments?
not. It does not. This is just the public agenda portion of that meeting at the beginning of the meeting, so it does not. Mhm.
I'd like to hear more about the, I think it's slide 73, the topics that will still be allowed versus not allowed. Can you talk about the ones that we currently exclude, but with this new ordinance change, that would be null and void?
Currently, it does exclude these topics from the public agenda portion. I suggested to be more in line with the First Amendment rights of speakers that you have invited here to speak in a public forum, that you remove those restrictions. I do think you could probably continue to restrict quasi-judicial cases because there's an interest in the city having those cases heard specifically at the Planning Commission and then hearing those planning items separately without public input in the beginning of the meeting. But I think it's appropriate under the First Amendment, if you're going to have a public agenda, to allow for those other topics to be allowed.
I would agree. Any further questions for staff? I see none. We will now open it up for public comment.
Hello, Twyla Purity Polo Club. Since I speak here quite a bit, my request would be, and I get that there's probably some frequent flyers that you don't want here all the time, but perhaps, well, certainly just once a month, because I know I have several topics I would like to address the city council on, and they're very unrelated. So maybe a person can only speak on the same topic once per month, because if I want to talk about water or talk about CRB, talk about the Jensen Hughes dashboard, I mean, that's many months before I could come back to something else. So I would just ask that you might reconsider, further define for folks who really want to engage, that they're not limited to just once per month. Other ways around it. Thank you.
Any further comments from the community? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I'll start with maybe there's a compromise there about departments. So the topic of a department can only be brought up by that individual once per month. So if the individual wants to talk about parks today, they would have to wait until a month from now to speak yet again on that specific department. Would that be a compromise that the council would be willing to make? Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just being up here for a while, I think people would just sign up for a different topic and then just start speaking to whatever they want to anyway. I don't think it'd be a way to really change that. And we've seen that a few times. Folks have come up here and said they were talking about something and then the whole 5 minutes was about a different subject.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Johnson. And I don't think, Twilight, we're talking about the very first part of the council meeting, not after an agenda item. That would not be affected. So I don't think there's any period of time when you would have gone against this ordinance. So I think you would have been to speak anytime you wanted to in the past. So I think you'd be all right.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the other two council members. Twyla, you're great. You always come up here, you're informed, you're knowledgeable. Everybody should get a right to air their grievances to the government, especially us. But I also see where that could be abused and where other people would just take advantage and show up every single week to rail against this or that or this or that and just switch around the department. So I understand your perspective. I think it's better to just make sure everybody has an opportunity. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Sometimes when you beat a dead horse, it's just time to dismount, so I won't say anymore, but I will just concur with all my colleagues. But I do think this is also an opportunity when it comes to public comment, and thank you, Councilmember Glasscock, for bringing this to our attention. More than having more people speak or whatever, I hear that we need to be more consistent with the timekeeping, and so that's something, because then if I get to speak and I get to go on and I don't get cut off, then you get favorable treatment. I hear more people have that as an issue. So while we're on this topic and we don't get to discuss this very often, I just like to say I think a very important element is being consistent with the timekeeping. Thank you.
Is there an opportunity when it comes to timekeeping? I know that we have it on both screens now. This is something that is new, fairly new. It has not been a regular practice over the years. I was very mindful that it's difficult for a speaker to know how long they've been really speaking unless they just look at their monitor up here. So this also allows for the community. Are there any other opportunities to remind community other than from the bench that they only have 5 minutes, such as the mic cutting off?
Well, we probably want to avoid the mic cutting off. There's a lot to monitor. I mean, I guess you could set up a separate timer of some type, a timer that, goes off with the sound, if that's an option that council wants to consider. I can't think of anything else other than that.
There's a motion to approve this motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Jennifer. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
An ordinance creating section 3.40.055, amending sections 3.40.030 and 3.40.170 pertaining to short-term rental property licensing, and creating section 4.04.030 pertaining to unlawful hosting of minors consuming alcoholic liquor, and chapter 5.08 pertaining to nuisance parties at short-term rentals.
Good afternoon, Sharon Dickruffs, City Law Department. I'm here today to talk about short-term rental. For many of you, this is the first opportunity you've had to examine this topic. Last year in September, the City Council passed a licensing structure for short-term rentals and also amended the zoning code to allow short-term rentals in residential areas. That was following several years of community input and hearings before the DABs and planning commissions. Currently, the process for licensing is going fairly smoothly. There's been 124 zoning administrative permits issued, 97 short-term license applications have been received, and 34 short-term rental licenses have been issued. The current licensing ordinance gave folks up to a year to get the licenses in effect because some of the licenses required some changes in the zoning. The city has contracted with a vendor to provide for online short-term rental monitoring. The system is active, and they have identified 526 short-term rentals, and notices have been sent out to a majority of those units at this time. The history of short-term rentals, this started with a shooting at a short-term rental. There's also been issues with properties being rented specifically to have parties for individuals under 21. There is a state law that prohibits hosting of parties for minors consuming alcohol. That's at any type of residence, not just short-term rentals. The city has not previously chosen to pass that ordinance. In September of last year, an ordinance regarding party houses was presented to the City Council. It was at that time deferred for staff to continue to look at this issue. Staff is bringing that ordinance back for council consideration. At this point, the party ordinance is limited to short-term rentals only, not all residential properties. The ordinance is geared or focused on the types of nuisance activities you would want to prevent at a party house: consumption of alcohol, noise, crimes, defecation or urination, criminal damage to property, indecent exposure, illegal fireworks, discharging firearms, those types of activities. The ordinance allows law enforcement to order that the parties cease and participants disperse. If individuals do not disperse, a citation may be issued to the individuals who are present as well as the property owner. The property owner would only be cited if there were some indications that he knew that the property had been rented or that he had been contacted by law enforcement on that occasion and not taken appropriate steps to make sure that the party did not resume itself. The ordinance does not replace processes regarding the police department's nuisances based on excessive police calls. Upon conviction, and I'm sorry, this slide is incorrect. The fines for this conviction are up to $500 for a first offense. Second or subsequent offenses are $1,000 to $2,500 and up to a year in jail. The court may, if the licensee is the defendant, suspend the license for a period not to exceed 10 days. And again, the licensee can only be held responsible if there is some evidence to show that they failed to take steps, knew that the party activities were planned, or had been previously contacted by a law enforcement officer regarding issues at the location. The proposed changes also amends the licensing ordinances to place responsibilities on short-term renters. The licensing ordinance that was passed in September was really one-sided. It was more toward the manager and the owners of the properties, not necessarily the folks that are renting them. So these present responsibilities of the renters: no loud music or amplification after 10 o'clock, can't be rented for the purposes of a party or some sort of activities for individuals under 18 unless the renter is present. The renter is responsible to making sure that the gathering sizes in the ordinances are not exceeded and that there is not consumption of alcohol or drugs on the premises. The unlawful hosting of minors is a separate ordinance. It mirrors state statute. It applies to any residential property. The penalties are set forth in state law. That is a minimum fine of $1,000 and up to a fine of $2,500 and 1 year in jail. There are several options to the city council. The council can place the ordinance on first reading. They can not adopt them. They can adopt some, and I would stand for any questions.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to hosting underage drinking parties, currently what's the process for that since it's only in the state statute? Does that go across the street to county? The DA looks at it?
I think the police department's here, but it is unlikely that that case is going to be taken in district court. I would imagine that the officer would go out, they would make a complaint. If there were juveniles on scene, those juveniles would be referred to juvenile court for any type of minor in possession of alcohol or drugs. The owner may or may not be cited. That decision would then be left up to the district attorney's office. This would allow us to charge the property owner or the owner, and then if there's juveniles, those would still have to go through juvenile court.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sharon. I'm sorry if I missed this. How many short-term rentals do we have?
We have 500 and,
Sorry.
no, you're good. We have identified 526. And we know owners and addresses of 81%. And I'm going to look to JR. They're shaking their heads. Yes, that's correct. And they are literally spread all over town, which interested me when I saw the map.
Yeah, and are they able to be on the same street? Like, I mean, can you have several in one block? I know we had talked about that.
There are not distances required between short-term rentals at this point.
Okay, thank you.
I will bring up just one concern. It's number 2, a citation issued to the property owner if the individuals do not disperse. Well, if the property owner is renting it out to a renter, the property owner may not be there, obviously. How do you enforce that?
We would have to prove some sort of knowledge, and that would be limited to the situations where the officers are there, the officers have notified the property owner, or the owner has had prior notifications that there's issues with the property, and they failed to take some sort of steps. So it's not a strict liability that there was a party and it didn't end. I mean, the police are going to have some sort of active involvement with that owner in order to issue a citation. And those citations would all be evaluated by our office before it would be filed in municipal court.
And again, the changes really strengthen, I guess, placing the responsibility on the renter, correct?
The majority of the changes do place more responsibilities on the renter. And the party house ordinance also allows the police department some additional tools in dealing with problem properties, properties that are short-term rentals that are rented maybe multiple times for different parties by different groups.
Thank you. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. Are there any individuals who would like to speak regarding short-term rentals? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I'll just I know there's probably a motion coming. I don't feel comfortable with issuing the citation of the property owner, just in terms of holding them accountable for something that they may not be there for. So I'm going to vote against this. That would be one concern I have. I'm comfortable with everything else regarding, with the exception that the citation may be issued to the property owner. Even if there was a requirement they had to post a notice in the home, I'm comfortable with that. But in terms of issuing a citation for something, as long as they post the notice that these things are restricted, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with that.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Just happened to be over the weekend, there was a post on the Riverside neighborhood page, and there's a lot of Airbnbs or short-term rentals. It seems to be, I know they're all over the city, but there's some clustered kind of together, and there was a lot of concern and really interesting questions and concerns. So I appreciate that we are trying to eliminate any problems that we can within our reach, but I'm kind of with Councilmember Glasscock. I'm a little worried about punishing the property owner. Maybe sometimes they know, maybe sometimes they don't. I know some of the conversations that we've had over in Riverside, they have like a ring or whatever, so they would be able to see if there was, a bunch of nonsense going on, but they also live in the area also, so they could come over and try to address it or call the cops. But yeah, I'm a little nervous about that. Is there any way that we could, Sharon? Sorry. What would another alternative be? I mean, I know you'd have to prove that the property owner knew about it, but.
You would have to prove that the property owner knew or should have known that something happened. And if that's a concern for the council could not pass the party section 5.08 and pass the remaining sections, the unlawful hosting and the amendments to 3.40, which present or require more responsibility on the part of the renters, which may frankly get the council to where they want to get anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I should have probably hit withdraw, speak, same thing. And Bob and I had talked about this, that, you may have an owner who lives in the other side of town in another state and just doesn't know it, so I wouldn't want them to be penalized. If they knew it, then, of course, that's a different thing. So I'm not sure if the best course of action is to kind of try and make some sausage for the bench or ask if it can come back. I know next week's consent due, so I'm open for suggestions, but I don't think it's quite right yet, but we're getting closer. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Could I make a motion that we would defer this for providing that option, so we don't just, again, make sausage from the bench, as Becky said, or as Councilman Tuttle said, sorry about that. So it'd be September that would bring this back up at our regular meeting on September 3rd.
Yeah,
So that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Now discussion. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I only heard concerns about one part of this, so I would make a substitute motion that we place an ordinance created, section 3.40.055, which is the first one, amending section 3.40.030 and 3.40.170 pertaining to the short-term rental property licensing and creating section 4.04.030 pertaining to the unlawful hosting of minors. Actually, that's both of them. I withdraw that and make a motion to only defer the nuisance party short-term rental ordinance to September 3rd and approve the other ordinance, which is the first one that amends 3.40.030.
Councilmember Glasscock.
So clarification from legal, would that address the concerns that Councilman Tuttle and Vice Mayor Ballard have, and myself?
Well, that is just it differs, or, the items, so it can be addressed between now and then. I think that's all in 5.08. Only concerns were in 5.08. So it doesn't take action on 5.08 today, the areas where you had concern.
right,
Go
there,
ahead.
there was nothing in 3.40 or the hosting that dealt with necessarily charging the owner unless they were present. The changes to the short-term rental licensing sections were all based on renter conduct, not owner conduct. So the owner being charged was really in 5.08. I mean, there are existing provisions in the licensing ordinance that places duties on owners to be responsible for their property, but not necessarily a strict liability type thing like I think your concern is.
Okay. I mean, I would second Councilman Johnson's motion.
So we're
Substitute motion.
substitute motion. So we have a substitute motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Now back to item 5.08 to defer to September 3rd. Does that need a vote?
I believe that motion included a motion to defer
Okay.
5.08.
Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Funding for 2024 salt storage facility.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. Even though we are still seeing temperatures in the triple digits, it won't be long before we'll be thinking about gearing up for snow and ice operations coming this winter. With that, the item before you this afternoon is a request for funding for a salt storage facility to be able to add to our inventory, and I'll talk about the specific reasons why. So across the nation, the demand for rock salt can exceed supply during active winter seasons. We all know we never know what a winter is going to be like. We've seen some a lot worse than others, but we believe in being prepared is really our best way to approach that. So a nationwide shortage most recently had a significant adverse impact on Wichita's snow response operations during the 2013 and 14 winter season. Prior to that, we had guarded against potential shortages by utilizing a 50-50 salt sand treatment mixture. It's something that we still do. We do have some emergency inventory, but we've kind of hopped around on available facilities, sites, locations. The reason for being here today is to create a situation that we think is much more stable for us going forward, as we do need an ample supply of emergency storage. Beginning in the fall of 2014, our longstanding approach, again, is a 50-50 salt and sand mix, was supplemented by an additional 4,000 tons of straight salt held in emergency reserves at the former Michaels building on East Kellogg that was available at that time from right-of-way acquisitions for proposed Kellogg improvements and eventually would go away. In the fall of the following year, a location on Wellington Place became available It was a facility that the city took over in an effort to mitigate groundwater contamination. So between the two, we had about 8,000 tons of emergency storage. That changed up again when the Michaels building was demolished, and so we moved as much as we could to Wellington Place. Once the Michaels building was demolished, a new 10,000-ton storage facility was completed at the city's west substation, as you see here. That brought our total emergency reserves to 17,500 tons. We think that's a good place to be based on looking at usage over time, and what puts us in a good place for having that emergency storage when needed. Just quickly on the Wellington Place facility, I mentioned that the city had acquired that in an effort to clean up groundwater contamination. By early 2023, the conditions of the building had deteriorated to a point that it was no longer safe for use, and an estimate to repair it in the same was in the order of $500,000. So in response to that, staff recommended programming this funding into the CIP for a new facility, and we have since drawn down the reserves from Wellington. The top picture on the right shows our northeast substation at K96 and Hillside. At the west end of that would be the proposed site for the new facility. If you see the bottom left again is our newest facility for storage of 10,000 tons at the west substation. The picture just to the right of that is another type of facility. It actually has a fabric roof on it. We think that would serve our purposes fine and could be done. We could be built at a lesser cost, so that's something we would be looking at. A new storage facility is anticipated to restore and enhance total salt reserve to an estimated 20,000 tons. This would allow pursuit of wholesale straight salt treatment when conditions warrant, reducing the amount of sand. We currently utilize salt only in the downtown core area. One of the reasons why we do that is because of the shade created by the buildings and the melting effect, the impact on the melting effect. So straight salt works better. We have found in the past if we hadn't done that, it creates some pretty challenging situations, especially for pedestrians in the core area. I think as all of you are aware, we take 2 months out of each year to clean up sand as a result of snow and ice operations. We're still getting the streets swept while we're doing that, but it is taking away from our normal plan to try to get through the city once every year. We've got to focus just on those emergency routes at that time. So having enough salt emergency storage could allow us to start moving towards a plan that would use a lot less sand each year and change up how we do that. But that would only be possible, I think, if we had this additional storage. Also, allowing pursuit of this additional emergency storage would allow pursuit of off-season salt purchasing, which we anticipate would reduce both financial volatility and unit costs. Needless to say, if you can go out and buy salt when you don't need it in the dead of winter, we're going to get a better deal on it at that time. The adopted CIP includes $1.2 million in general obligation funding for construction of a salt storage facility. Potentially could be done late this year. Most likely it would be into the first half of 2025. Staff recommends that the full amount be initiated at this time. And with that, staff recommends City Council approve the project, adopt the resolution, and authorize necessary signatures. And I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for staff? I see none. Thank you, Gary. We'll open it up for public comment. Anyone from the public? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just want to thank staff for being so proactive. I am anticipating fall right now, but I'm not at all thinking about winter, so good on you for doing that. My only concern is if I go to the grocery store before a potential blizzard, then it doesn't snow. So I hope this doesn't jinx us that we don't get snow, because we desperately need it with the drought situation. So I'm hoping that we will desperately need all of this salt, because we get lots of moisture during the winter, which is needed. But just thank you so much for all you do for this initiative. People don't even think about, like, I learned something today that downtown salt works better because of the buildings and the shades. I didn't even know that. So thanks for all you and your team do. It's much appreciated.
Councilmember Johnson, this is in your district.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm a little salty about this, but I had to. You like that. I move that the city council approve the project, adopt the bonding resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Funding and Supplemental Design Agreement Number 1 for Riverbank improvements.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities for the record. The item before you is funding and supplemental design agreement number 1 for Riverbank improvements. In October of 2022, the City Council approved acceptance of a Building a Stronger Economy base grant of $5 million from the State Strengthening People and Revitalizing Kansas Task Force. The base grant was awarded for Riverbank improvements near Riverfront Stadium with oversight by the Kansas Department of Commerce. On December 30th, 2022, Kansas Department of Commerce advanced payment of $2.5 million of the $5 million base grant for this project. In January 2024, the City Council approved a contract with LK Architecture to design improvements to the west bank of the river between Douglas and Waterman. The aerial before you shows Riverfront Stadium, and the improvements will be made on the east side of McLean to the riverbank's edge. Here are some photos of the existing conditions. We do have the bike path along the river's edge. We have an old fountain that will be taken out that has not worked for a number of years, and we will make some other improvements to straighten the river's edge out. This is a previous project that adjacent to River Vista that was completed a few years back, and we are looking at a similar design for the area under your consideration today. Again, the closer view of the improvement area, towards the right of the screen there on the east side of McLean, it does show the proposed hotel as a big gray rectangular box. We are coordinating any improvements with that. And I will get some other concepts for your view. So this, on the left side of the screen, is a bird's eye view looking to the north from the Waterman Bridge. You can see the hotel there, their drop-off site, and then we do have the path along the river's edge, as well as some other paths leading from the upper promenade down to the lower promenade. Some additional pictures down on the bottom of the screen, more at a pedestrian level view, and then as we kind of work south of the proposed hotel. The photo on the upper left is looking from the Douglas, bridge, kind of looking back to the south with some improvements. And then what is on the lower pictures, really in this phase, the first phase is what we want to construct is the seawall, where the contractor would put sheet piling in, straighten the river's edge, and then pour a concrete cap. We want to move forward with that phase as we can lower the river. We're in the time frame beginning September 1st as to when we can lower the river due to some of the species that spawn in the spring. So we would plan to lower it and then have it raised back up in time for that. Riverbank project was an identified project in the Capital Improvement Program to receive art funding. LK has contracted with CNL Projects, CNL Art Consulting, to act as the art consultant for the public art portion of the project. CNL was selected through a competitive process. A supplemental agreement has been prepared for LK to coordinate the design of the riverfront with the art consultant and artists selected for the project. Phase 2 of the project will include retaining walls, pedestrian walkways, site amenities, lighting, landscaping, and public art, and I will present that to the City Council at a future date. The concepts I showed you on previous slides will be changing a little bit. We had met with LK and the Park Department, And we'll probably scale back the landscaping a little bit, put more ledge rock in, et cetera, so we can save on water. The design fee to date is $325,000. The cost of supplemental design agreement number 1 is $92,505 for a total design fee of just over $417,000, funded within the base grant. The current project budget is at $2.5 million of the base grant. The 2024 through 2033 capital improvement program includes $3.5 million for Riverbank improvements in 2024. The now adopted 2025 through 2034 CIP includes $240,000 for Riverbank improvements, art in 2025. Staff recommends initiating the $3.5 million in 2024 for construction of Riverbank improvements and project management, and also recommends initiating the $240,000 for public art improvements, bring a total project budget of $6.24 million, which is funded by the base grant and general obligation bonds. It is recommended that the City Council approve the budget and supplemental design agreement. Number 1, adopt the resolution and authorize the necessary signatures, and I will stand for questions.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you go back to 110 or 111? Oh yeah, this one. So the design fee for this is $417,000 total?
Yes, total, yes. That includes the art and.
That seems like a lot. Is that normal?
For this project, yes, it does include,
Because it's a $5 million project?
it's, we have additional funding in the CIP in later years, so we're thinking about probably a $10 million project overall to do.
But this design is for all of it?
This design is for the full project limits from Waterman Bridge to Douglas, and then, yes, it's for the full project.
And I'm sorry if I missed it. Who is the designer?
LK Architecture.
Okay, and last question is, I know you and Gary are probably sick of hearing me talk about this, but I want to make sure that we're mindful of shocker rowing, and when we're lowering the river for the people that do utilize and access the river. I just want to make sure that, I keep in contact with them, but as things change and you guys more fine-tune the timeline, that we make sure that we're communicating with.
Yes, we will reach out to Calvin, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, you're welcome.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is $2.5 million of a $5 million grant. Did we already use the other $2.5 million, or is it still out there as an option?
That is still out there as an option. They only fronted us half of the funding. We've been in close contact with the Department of Commerce to receive the remaining funding, but we have the 2.5 at this time.
So where would that other 2.5 go to?
It would still, we would still, this first phase, we are estimating that it will utilize that full 2.5 million. That's why I'm asking for the 3.5 million. So, and then the additional phases will use that 2.5 as well, once we get that.
Okay, and this is, if we don't utilize it on this project, are we likely to lose this grant?
No, we will, we will utilize it on this project. Yeah.
Okay, so if we didn't pass this today, would we lose the grant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Paul. Does this extend in front of where they're redoing in front of the Science Center?
No, this stops south of Douglas. Science Center is north of 2nd Street.
Yeah, because it needs some work. It needs some work there too. Are there plans to revitalize that area?
We don't have plans at this time. The previous project there at River Vista improved those, if we're talking the same area. So just north of the bridge, just north of the bridge is the Science Center.
Yeah. North of that bridge to the Science Center needs some work. It's not very nice.
I'm not sure if that's in there. I think that's within their plan itself.
Is it
That-
for-
yes,
for their
yes,
project?
exploration,
Okay.
Yes, that's in their site plans,
Good.
yes.
And just two more things. Encourage using native grasses.
We have had that discussion with the park department,
Yeah,
yes.
that would be
Yes.
good. And secondly, using minimal areas of mulch, bushes, because they look good for about a year. Then the weeds grow up in them and they look terrible. So if we could minimize that, maybe use more grass, that would be great.
We have talked about that, and even though we raised that bike path a foot, there's still, some of this area is still prone to flooding, so we are going to be, make sure that materials that would place where it could flood would be,
I know
that can handle
landscape
that.
architects like these beds and
Right.
stuff, but a couple years later, they don't look.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm, Exploration Place has a lot of significant investment happening north of there, so it's going to look a lot different here pretty soon.
Paul, I have a few questions. So this specific item before us is about CNL Art Consulting as well, which is an Illinois company, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, and yes, it is part with them, yes.
So looking at the renderings now of this area, it looks like we will have $700,000 for public arts. That's part of the budget. And eating some of that public art budget are these design fees and consulting fees, which is, I think, what Vice Mayor Ballard was alluding to. It's actually just $92,000 for professional fees. So does that mean that all the remaining dollars will go for public art in that area? And if so, where?
Yes, to answer your first question, yes, the remaining of the 700,000 from the 92,000 will go to artist fees as well as their art pieces. We are getting the artist consultant on board now, and we have not identified the locations of where the art will be. We have talked about some of, being on some of the retaining walls, but that is why we want to get her under contract now to begin working with LK Architecture, identify locations, and those locations would be presented to Design Council. And then after that, we'd get artists on board, create their concepts, and we'd return that back to City Council once we have those in place.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And Gary, you alluded, I'm sorry, Paul, it's been a long time, I'm so sorry. You alluded to this a little bit, but I just want to expand. I almost wish we would stop saying public art and say public design. Because sometimes I think when we say public art, people think we're just going to put a statue here, or, art is a mural that's hanging above your fireplace that you don't touch, you just look at. And so in projects like this, I can see many art elements that most people probably wouldn't even consider art, like the change in the sidewalk to brick or whatever. So it's really about how it's designed, and those are elements that have to be done very early on in the project, correct? Because
Yes.
you can't just stick it on at the end for design.
Correct. We want to integrate it as much as possible within the
Thank you.
improvements.
Any further questions for staff? I see none. We'll open it up for public comment.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Brian Fry, 3109 North Ridgeport, District 5. Thank you for all the questions. I'm going to address several of those today. Back in the early 1970s, the city of Wichita took a bold step on a small piece of riverfront property. At the time, it was a storage yard for public works. On the eastern tip was the confluence of two rivers. Today, we know this site to be the home of the Keeper of the Plains. Dedicated on May 18th, 1974, the Keeper of the Plains has become Wichita's most photographed icon and recently celebrated its 50th anniversary. The sculpture itself was commissioned to mark the United States bicentennial in 1976. Why is this relevant? Because in less than 2 years, our nation will celebrate its semi-quincentennial, our 250th birthday. And the land you're discussing today, specifically the portion of the West Bank between Douglas and the future EPC Hotel, is the last remaining undeveloped public space on the West Bank from the Seneca Street Bridge to the Waterman Bridge. In spirit, it's a site that can be the bookend to the keeper. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So did I come here with ideas, proposals, plans, cost estimates, and answers to all your questions? I most certainly did not. It's way too soon for that. My ask is simply for you to think about this site and what the potential it has to be. The potential it has to be. A bold beacon signaling the heart of our city. A signature landmark rising from the riverbank. A destination for locals and visitors. A welcoming invitation. A connector of people and places. Personally, I support the design, art consultant, and the money for public improvements, but as a community, both public and private, let's not limit ourselves and stop there. Let's really open the discussion and see where it might lead. A lifetime ago, there was a desire to combine the Omnisphere and the Children's Museum. With vision, grit, and determination, that eventually became Exploration Place, thanks to many public and private partners. So you've all heard this before. Make no little plans, for they have no magic to stir men's blood, and probably themselves will not be realized. It's from Daniel Burnham, a Chicago architect. But do you know the rest of the quote? He goes on to say, make big plans, aim high in hope and work, remembering that a noble, logical diagram, once recorded, will never die. But long after we are gone, it will be a living thing, asserting itself with ever-growing insistency. Remember that our sons, daughters, grandsons, and granddaughters are going to do things that would stagger us. Let your watchword be order and your beacon beauty. Think big. So now you're probably thinking, it's a pretty small site. What can really be done there? Well, for comparison, the island that the keeper sits on is roughly the same size as that far northwest corner, seen in slide 119. So maybe we dream beyond. Wichita has shown a great resurgence in community pride over the last 10 years. Why slow down now? Maybe it's time we take it to another level and do more. I look forward to the community conversation and what we might become if we let ourselves think big. Thank you.
Any additional individuals who would like to speak on this specific item? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. We have a motion by Councilmember Glasscock.
Mayor, with the motion to approve the supplemental design agreement number 1, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Any further discussion? I will just ask staff to, again, be mindful. I know that you mentioned that this whole project will be $10 million, and today we're only approving the total of it for the $6.24 million. I think it would be helpful if community could see all the different initiatives that will be happening, including these renderings. I think they would appreciate seeing the vision and what other investments have been made along that area, not just public dollars, but I guess some private dollars that are also expected. So if we can I'm just asking staff to give more so that community can see that. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, what does it look like for potentially an idea like Brian's talking about? How would that incorporate with, I know it doesn't have anything to do with this project, but I think he said that we already own that piece of land that he's talking about, but what does that process look like?
Normally, when someone brings a project forward, an idea, staff will meet with them, and if it looks like something that has some merit, and especially if there's appropriate funding with it, we would bring that to the council to consider, probably to start with informal discussions at the council, mayor and council level, and then kind of develop the concept from there.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Quarterly financial reports for the period ended March 31st, 2024 and June 30th, 2024.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. Today I want to present to you the first and second quarter reports for 2024. I'll be brief today. It's late in the afternoon, but more importantly, a lot of what I'm presenting to you today, we've basically been talking about for the last 3 or 4 months, and that is our financial outlook and what our trends are. Those were the discussions that were incorporated in the budget that you adopted this morning. So to avoid being completely redundant, I'll give you a more brief overview today of some of the stuff that we've talked about. Reminder, this is unaudited information that we include in our quarterly reports. Again, we're going to use this for comparisons to our forecasts. Typically, we compare it to the adopted budget. We're in that time of year where it's usually more appropriate to shift to the budget that you adopted today, so I'll give you a perspective on that. And also, we're going to use it to identify any future areas to address that we might be concerned about. So both revenues and expenditures are consistent with the financial projections in the budget that you just adopted earlier today. Again, that's what you should expect because we spent a lot of time on those on that information. Reminder, the trends, interest earnings are increasing, and you can see that in our results so far. Salaries and wage costs are also increasing. For example, in Q2, we're up about $14 million over last year, which I realize didn't provide you much perspective, but what I want to tell you is about 11 million of that is in police and fire. So in other words, our wage base in public safety is expanding, which again is exactly what we expected to happen. We still continue to expect a modest surplus at year end, which is consistent with the guidance that we provided you regarding this year for the last 3 or 4 months. A couple areas of concern. We're always looking for things that don't exactly align to what we expect. We're seeing some softness in sales tax. Again, we expected that. In fact, we reduced our revenue estimate considerably in the 24 revised budget, but it's a little even softer than what we expected. So we'll keep an eye on that. Sales tax is very volatile the way the county collects it, so we're not going to get too concerned yet, but just suffice to say that we're keeping an eye on sales tax collections. Court revenues is the other area I would point out that is a little lower than what we would expect. So again, we'll continue to keep an eye on that. As far as performance, again, we're still seeing vacancies in park and public works. And I think we kind of talked about that a little bit earlier today. And that's you can kind of see that in our expenditure trends a little bit so far to date. So what do I expect in the future? Again, we expect interest earnings to continue to increase throughout the year, but then we're going to begin a slow descent into the future, we believe. We'll know a lot more about that. Actually, I think Chairman Powell is supposed to speak this Friday, so it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say on Friday. We're also expecting wages to continue to increase, again, for some of the reasons we noted before, and we're already seeing signs of that. So basically everything is occurring pretty much as we expected. Let me shift to our debt real quick. I always like to show you this little chart here. That is our total debt, bonded debt and loans. We include loans now because a lot of our debt on the water treatment plant is considered a loan, so I can't call it bonded debt anymore. So it's bonded debt and loans, same principle. We're up to about $1.38 billion. Almost all our growth is in water, where it's a capital intensive business and we're borrowing money to complete a lot of capital improvements, which is exactly what we expected to happen, and you can see that in this chart. Our general obligation debt is actually shrinking. Our LST debt is shrinking. Our GO debt is fairly consistent. So that's what's happening. It's what we would expect to continue to happen. By the way, the GO debt is paid back by property taxes, 4% of our total debt. Let me finish up with ARPA. We have completed our Q1 and Q2 ARPA reports, which are available online for anybody that's interested, and we've submitted those to U.S. Treasury as required. We spent another $8.3 million through those 2 quarters. Our cumulative total is up to about $32 million. You may recall that we got a little bit north of $72 million. You may also recall that we have to have that spent or encumbered by December 31st. We've got a little bit of work to do there. Now, we do have encumbrances. It's not reflected in this number here, but we'll continue to monitor that, and I have a feeling we'll probably be returning at some point this fall to maybe provide some options to restructure our ARPA spending to ensure that we can get it all spent and encumbered by the deadline. So, Mayor, I think that is the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? I have a few. Wanted to know if you could tell us regarding ARPA dollars, how much is remaining in the ARPA dollar fund? I know the grand total was $72 million. It has to be spent. But in addition to, does that account the MAC, the Multi-Agency Center, and how does that play?
Yeah, good question. We've spent about $32 million. We have about another $11 million or so that is encumbered that's not reflected into that. That gets you up to about $43 million. Most of the amounts that we have not spent or encumbered are in capital improvement projects, which are exactly the ones that you have indicated. Those are the ones that we need to bring to you this fall and get encumbered, and the MAC's a perfect example of that. Any ARPA that'll go into the MAC, we need to get that encumbered by December 31st. The library ones that were approved last week, I guess. I'm losing track of weeks. I think it was last week, for example. We'll get those encumbered, and those aren't reflected in here. Patrol West Substation is another one that is in progress that we need to get encumbered. So, yeah, you'll see those come, and once we get construction contracts approved, we'll try to get those encumbered.
Councilmember Johnston.
Mayor, Mark, questions about the water and sewer utility fund.
Yes, sir.
It appears to be pretty profitable. 8.5%.
Yes.
Is including the debt service. Debt service is about $55 million. Looks like the revised budget and the original budget is about $11 million to the positive,
right.
And for the sewer, about $6 million positive. Is that normal, or?
I don't know if I'd call it normal, but I would tell you it's strategic. You may recall that when we started the water treatment plant project 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, when we started planning for that, we knew that the debt service would be an enormous load on the water utility. And we didn't want to just keep rates relatively constant and then have a rate spike whenever the debt service hit. So we have strategically been incrementally increasing rates for the past 3 or 4 years in anticipation of having a base high enough when the debt service does hit. So because of that, yes, we have been running at an operating surplus in the water utility for the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. Again, we did that on purpose. We've also been building the fund balance, which you can see in the act for, again, on purpose. We need that for coverage ratios. But so yes, I would agree with you. We are operating a very attractive surplus, but again, we've done that strategically too.
So that fund, that extra money goes into the general operating fund?
Goes into the water utility, which we will then use.
Water utility.
We need it for 2 reasons. Without getting too much in detail, we have to have coverage ratios.
Yeah, Mark, if you could, I was just going to say, Mayor, if you don't mind, if in easy language,
Yeah,
if
sorry.
you could explain coverage, because that really complicates the finances for the utility.
Yeah. When I go borrow money for a house, they're going to say, okay, Mark, your house payment's going to be $1,000 a month. We want you to make at least 2 times that, or $2,000 a month. That's a coverage ratio. Exact same principle in the water utility, except it's in our bond covenants. And in that case, the ratio is basically 125%. So our bond holders require us to have at least 1.25% in revenue each year, more than what our debt service payments are. Now, we typically have been a lot higher than that. Again, we've done that strategically, but that is going to erode in the future as our debt service starts to increase associated with the treatment plant. Again, we've anticipated all that, but that ratio is very, very important. And it's very important that we comply with that ratio.
When does the debt service hit its max? The plant's about done now, so it should be pretty close, shouldn't
Well, it's going to layer on because each one of our loans for the treatment plant were done in tranches, and I think we had 4 on the state revolving loan, and those all start, if my memory is correct, proportional to when we received the loan. So debt service is going to continue to ramp up for several years after the treatment plan is completed. I could find a more precise answer. I just don't have it on my head, but that's generally how it'll work.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. How much are the tips is eventually going to owe the debt service fund by the end of this year?
How much is the who?
The tips.
Oh, the tips. Yes, great question. That is on page, we have a page on that.
21?
I don't think, how about 24? Page 24. This page shows the amount of debt that we've issued for our TIFs. It shows whether they're behind or in front of the amount that they owe the debt service fund, and it shows the remainder that they owe. You can see on here that we originally issued about $60 million in the 4 TIFs that we have debt on. You can see that the TIFs have paid about $31 million of that debt back. So they have a balance right now of about $27 million. That's the debt that they owe. They're behind right now, if you want to use that term. Arrears is the term we would use. Cumulatively, they're behind about $9 million right now. Again, that's not out of the norm because TIFs typically underperform in the early years and then overperform in the out years. The East Bank, by the way, if you want to know, is a prime example of that. The East Bank right now is about $6.5 million behind on what it owes the debt service fund. Debt on that is going to end, I believe, at the end of this year, and they are going to rapidly repay us. So that is going to decline very greatly in 25 and 26, and then it'll hit 0. That's pretty common.
Okay, so we make a payment once a year from the TIFs to the debt service fund?
Yes, sir. At the end of the year, you'll see us transfer, well, in Q4, yes. All those transfers occur in Q4.
Okay, and
Yes,
how
sir.
much are we transferring over for the TIFs to cover that this year, do you think?
You can see the adopted budget column, which will be pretty similar. It looks like East Bank will pay about $2 million, West Bank about $1 million, Center City about $1.3 million. That's 4.3. I'm going to say $4.5 million.
Okay, and nothing's coming out of GEO to cover any of that?
No GEO GEO funds would only support a TIF if it does not fully reimburse the debt service fund before the TIF expires.
Okay,
And
so we're good on that.
So far, that has not happened with any TIF that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for staff? I had one final question for you, Mark. Can you talk about the reserve really quick and how healthy that is right now? I think I asked this question previously, but what is a healthy reserve for a city our size and our growth?
Yeah. Good question. Difficult to answer. There's a lot of different opinions. Our policy, of course, is 15% in the general fund. A lot of people would tell you 2 months, which is basically about 17%, or pretty close to where we're at. Some cities you'll see they consider 30% to be the absolute minimum. So there's no really good answer. Generally, it depends on your perspective. Rating agencies would tell you more is better, right? Finance directors would probably tell you more is better for that matter. But from a cash flow standpoint, to cover emergencies, if you're in the 15 to 17% range, you're in pretty good shape, and that's about where we are right now. Again, I think we've talked about this earlier. What's probably more important is the direction your reserves are heading. If they're being eroded, that tends to be a warning flag to rating agencies. If they're maintained or being added to, that tends to be a good thing.
Again, we did not add any this year.
We probably will add a little bit this year,
How
yes,
much?
ma'am. Based on our policy, based on City Council Policy 40, we'll move into the general fund reserve an amount to get it to 15%. So I would guess that we're going to be in the position to do that. That's probably about $1.2 million probably.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, ma'am.
I see no further questions. I'll now open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. All right. I will actually motion this one. I motion to receive and file the quarterly financial reports for the periods ending March 31st and June 30th.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Council member appointments and comments.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could get just like 2 minutes to pull up the name of one of my appointees here real quick. I got to log back in my
Me too.
email, so.
We'll go backwards. How about comments first, and then appointments? Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I should have said it on the last item, but didn't want to hold it up. We used to do those reports on where we were with EBE, DBE numbers at the quarterly. Hadn't seen one in a while. I know I've talked to staff about it, but those were always good for the council meeting.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to share that on August 24th is National Overdose Day, and the Indian Museum is doing an event from noon to 3.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. If we are ready to move into appointments, I would like to nominate Jared Holcomb for Access Advisory Board.
I will also add 2 appointments for the Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Advisory Board, Shelley Anderson, and to the Wichita-Sedgwick County Access Advisory Board, Courtney Wages. Do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve, so motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We now have executive session, so I will read the motion. I move that the City Council recess into executive session for 25 minutes to receive information on 2 civil actions pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 for legal consultation with the city attorney, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client privilege relationship, pending litigation and legal advice. The executive session is required to protect attorney-client privilege and the public interest. So we will start at 2:15 since it'll take time to go over there and return. We'll take a quick little break and then go into executive session. So we will return at 2:40 p.m.
Vote.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We'll return at 2:40 p.m.